Chapter 6:10. Flames rose, and waves of heat rose from the furnace. All kinds of metal materials quickly heated up, softened, and finally melted. Immediately after, several gray dwarves continuously threw in all kinds of materials. Sullen's storm war halberd was also smelted again, and the low-grade materials were separated out, and then continuously mixed. Scalding molten iron gushed out, and a fiery red torrent surged wantonly. Soon, the embryonic form of a long spear appeared in the mold. The heavy hammer smashed the grinding tool, and the grey dwarf with a solemn expression carefully took out the spear embryo. Then, the spear embryo was once again sent into the furnace to be burned and forged. Old Han used a pair of pliers to clamp the spear embryo in front of him, and then fixed the spear embryo on the iron felt. Another grey dwarf at the side picked up the hammer and took a deep breath. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as the hammer heavily smashed onto the spear embryo. With the help of the reaction force, Old Han once again smashed the hammer down fiercely. Sparks flew everywhere, and the fiery red furnace illuminated the blacksmith's shirtless body. It was as if his body was wrapped in a layer of crimson clothing, and he looked just like the legendary god of forging. A streak of light slowly flowed on the spear embryo. Hathaway stretched out her finger and lightly tapped it. A ray of light quickly spread from her hand, and then the arcane powder beside her directly flew up, instantly turning into countless streaks of light that quickly flew towards the spear embryo. The streaks of light formed by the arcane powder flickered with a colorful brilliance. As the hammer hammered, they continuously merged into the spear embryo, and the originally gray spear embryo began to flicker with specks of light. Under the influence of a strange power, these streams of light flowed like water and quickly formed mysterious runes. These runes were linked with each other and constantly blended together. Finally, they formed a beautiful pattern on the handle of the spear. As the spear embryo gradually took shape, Su Len took out the divine crystal that he had prepared long ago. A strange energy spread out from his body, and in the next second, Su Len was enveloped in a faint golden light. Su Len opened his eyes, and the whole room seemed to flash with a golden light. Divine power completely erupted at this moment. In the light of divinity, Sullen's originally human emotions quickly disappeared, and his absolutely rational and cold thoughts began to take control of his body. All the emotions and desires that represented a human were all blocked. From this moment on, Su Len had become a constructed life form like the tower spirit. In this case, Su Luan's various calculation abilities reached the highest level. In his eyes, there was no good or evil, no personal preferences, only gains and losses. Coldness and rationality, which represented his divinity, were completely revealed at this moment. At this moment, Sullen's eyes were cold and merciless as he looked at everyone. He was absolutely rational, like a god, as if he was indifferent to everything else. Streaks of light quickly appeared around him, and the power of thunder and lightning turned into chains. Golden divine power slowly emerged from Su Luan's body, and lines of golden runes emerged. Sullen's palm exerted force, and a golden light instantly merged with the divine crystal. In the next second, the divine crystal burst into a dazzling golden light, and then this golden light slowly flew out of the quiet room under Sullen's command. At the same time, another divine crystal of thunder also flew up. The golden light linked with the divine crystal of thunder, and the divine crystal of thunder quickly turned into a ball of purple energy. Then, a huge amount of divine power was released at this moment. The divine power and the divine power of thunder intertwined, and golden light constantly flashed in the purple gold energy. In the end, under Sullen's manipulation, the golden light slowly flew to the spear embryo, and finally merged with it. The originally gray spear also turned purple gold. The three dwarven blacksmiths took turns forging, and a very rhythmic sound of forging rang out continuously. Sparks burst out, and the divine weapon slowly appeared in the flames. The whole process lasted for 3 days, and when the last hammer fell, all the sound seemed to disappear at this moment. Su Len took out the divine weapon forging blueprint, and the blueprint slowly flew up, and soon floated above the thunder god's spear. Then, the blueprint quickly burned, and a strange power slowly fell and merged with it. In an instant, the Thunder God's spear, which seemed to be covered with a layer of shadow, suddenly burst into a dazzling golden light. Golden lightning surrounded the surface of the Thunder God's spear, and at this moment, Su Len immediately burst out all the lightning power in his body, and then merged it with the spear. A dazzling divine light appeared, and with the complete integration of the divine power, the divine weapon forging blueprint also merged with the strange power of law. The Thunder God's spear was finally completed. Item type, Thunder God's spear. Item grade, Tier 2 divine weapon. Item description, this was once a weapon that had its fill of blood. This weapon had followed its owner into battle and killed countless enemies. One after another, experts had fallen under its sharp blade. This weapon was stained with the blood of legendary experts, demons, and abominations. Later, its owner once again injected divinity and the divine power of thunder into this weapon. This weapon had undergone a complete transformation. Requirements, Order, Strength 20 points. Owner, Su Len, Soulbound. Equipment effect, Divine Weapon, Thunder God's Blessing, plus 12 penetration, plus 13 armor break, plus 20 true damage, plus 12 sharpness, plus 55 indestructible, plus 13 magic break. Weapon special effect, Blessings of the Thunder God. Wielding this weapon grants the user the blessings of the Thunder God. Resistance to all abnormal statuses plus 20. Immunity to paralysis, drowsiness, lightning, and other magic effects. Also, the user gains an electrostatic field. The electrostatic field deals 15 lightning damage to all enemies within a 50-meter radius. The target must pass an immunity test every minute. Otherwise, the target will be paralyzed. Weapon special effect, Indestructible. This is a powerful legendary weapon. It can't be destroyed by conventional means, and it is also immune to disintegrate. Only legendary disintegrate has a 0.1% chance of destroying this weapon, but the destroyer will also receive a backlash from the weapon. Weapon special effect, Power of Lightning. Each attack will deal an additional 80 points of lightning damage. The damage can be stacked. When the damage is dealt, the target will be paralyzed. Any target whose constitution is unable to resist will be paralyzed for 1 to 3 seconds. When using lightning energy, the damage of lightning energy will be increased by 100%, and the consumption will be reduced by 80%. Weapon special effect, Slow. After being quenched by the blood of Cryopterus, Ice Quetzalcoatlus, and the blood of legendary water demons, each attack of this weapon will add 15 ice damage and reduce the speed of the target by 20%. Constitution test is required. Weapon special effect, Life Absorption. Every time after killing an enemy, this weapon will absorb a part of the power. The absorbed power can be used to heal the user's injuries. After killing the enemy, the user will recover 20 HP, protection. After the user's physical strength reaches the maximum value, the power absorbed by the weapon will automatically be stored and form an energy shield. When the user is injured, it can directly help the user to resist the damage. Weapon special effect, Magic Break. As a divine weapon, this Thunder God's spear has a terrible magic breaking ability. It can easily break part of the magic defense. When attacking, it can ignore all defensive spells and energy fields below the 6th circle. At the same time, the effect of defensive spells above the 6th circle is reduced by 35%. Weapon special effect, Armor Break. As a divine spear, the Thunder God's spear has an extremely terrifying armor-breaking ability. It can easily break through the protection of most armors. In the case of hitting the enemy, the Thunder God's spear directly ignores all armors below the legendary level. Weapon special effect, Legendary Blood. This weapon has killed a lot of strong people. It is soaked in the blood of legendary masters, high-level demons, abominations, and other monsters. This weapon will cause a shock to enemies below the high-level legendary level. All enemies must undergo a test of will. If they fail, their body will be stiff for 1 second. This weapon will cause a shock to legendary enemies, but there is also a chance that it will completely anger the enemy. The golden light on Sullen's body slowly dissipated, and the power of thunder that had shrouded the whole blacksmith shop also disappeared. Hathaway also withdrew her power, and the whole blacksmith shop returned to calm at this moment. A divine weapon was finally forged under the joint efforts of the 5 people. Su Len invested a lot of resources and consumed a lot of resources. At the same time, the integration of 5 points of divinity made this weapon directly reach the level of a second-grade divine weapon. Even a true god would feel the pinch of such a cost, but the divine weapon in the end was unexpectedly powerful. After Hadang and the other 2 completed the forging of the divine weapon, their originally tense spirits suddenly relaxed, and their originally rock-like faces seemed to have aged a little at this moment. Your Majesty, thank you for your trust in us, allowing us to participate in the forging of such a divine artifact in our lifetime. To be able to complete such a magnificent work of art in our lifetime, we can die without regrets. Old Hadang exclaimed in elation. Thank you for your dedication to forge such a powerful weapon for me. I will ask someone to send you a bottle of Fountain of Youth as a reward. Now you are too tired, and you need to rest as soon as possible to recover, Su Len said seriously. After hearing about the Fountain of Youth, the eyes of the dwarves instantly lit up, and they said excitedly, thank you for your generosity. Okay, you guys go back and rest first. Su Len and Hathaway returned to the Tower of the Northern Wind together. The 2 of them were a little tired after 3 days of casting spells. Originally, their work was not very difficult, but because they were worried that something would go wrong, the 2 of them were nervous all the time. Su Len only collected a set of materials to forge the divine weapon in total. If there was a mistake that caused the power of the divine weapon to decrease and there were no spare materials, he would have nowhere to cry. Fortunately, Su Len and Hathaway did not have any problems, and finally successfully completed the enchantment process of the Thunder God's Spear. Chapter 6:11. The Thunder God's Spear was a level 2 divine artifact, which was quite good among the divine artifacts. The abilities of this divine artifact were also very good. For example, true damage was very rare even among the divine artifacts. True damage was different from other types of damage. The damage caused by it could not be avoided, so 20 points would be 20 points. Although the lightning damage was as high as 80 points, it needed to be reduced by the original magic resistance and other resistances to cause damage. It was very effective against weak cannon fodder, but its effect was very limited against powerful enemies. Just like the abomination, this creature's body was surrounded by a divine force field. It had high resistance and all kinds of damage immunity. The lightning damage carried by the Thunder God's Spear could only cause single-digit damage to it. It was not even as strong as its recovery ability. Of course, if this ability was combined with another weapon's special effect, Life Drain, it would be very powerful. Life Drain was a very rare ability. After killing the enemy, it would draw the power of the enemy to recover. Individually, killing one person would only recover 20 points of HP. However, combined with the area of effect damage of the Thunder God's Blessing, one enemy would be 20 points, and 10 enemies would be 200 points. In a group battle, Sullen's HP recovery speed would be very exaggerated. If there were enough enemies, Sullen's recovery speed could not even keep up with the abominations. If they wanted to defeat him, they could only rely on one-on-one combat. With Sullen's current strength, he had never lost a one-on-one combat. With his current physical fitness, unless he was in the form of a god saint, he would not care about anything else at all. Finally, he had a divine artifact. Su Len was so excited that he almost ran out to show off. Fortunately, he forced himself to be rational. He should not show off his wealth. Moreover, this divine artifact was his trump card. He wouldn't reveal it so easily. The number of divine artifacts in this world was very small. Other than the gods, there were probably only 1 or 2 divine artifacts in the world. Divine artifacts needed to be infused with divine power and divine power. Even the gods might not be willing to do so. Divinity was also very important to the gods. In addition to divinity and divine power, a divine artifact also needed the power of law. This was one of the reasons why divine artifacts were so powerful. Not everyone could use divine artifacts. Even extraordinary items had profession and physical fitness requirements, not to mention powerful items like divine artifacts. The power of law that Su Len infused into this divine artifact was a part of the law of thunder. This law was contained in the original divine artifact forging blueprint. This divine artifact could only be used to forge one divine artifact. Divine artifact. Even if Su Len collected another set of materials, without the power of law, this divine artifact's divine artifact. During the forging process, Su Luen had integrated a trace of his soul force into the Thunder God's spear. This way, the Thunder God's spear would become Su Luen's personal divine artifact. Even if the Thunder God's spear fell into someone else's hands, that person wouldn't be able to display its power and would even be attacked by the divine artifact. For example, there was once a divine artifact called the Lord of the Rings. The Lord of the Rings was very powerful. For some reason, this divine artifact fell into the material plane and was obtained by many people. However, the people who obtained the Lord of the Rings did not gain great power. Instead, most people were bewitched by the Lord of the Rings. They even became puppets and slaves of the Lord of the Rings. The Lord of the Rings would even control these slaves to go to the location of its real master. Su Len. If others wanted to use this divine artifact, they had to obtain his approval. Only then could they use it in a limited way. Of course, Su Len could also make some modifications. As long as one had his blood, they could also use this divine artifact. Of course, this right to use it was temporary. As long as Su Len was willing, he could take it away at any time. Many powerful gods had left such divine artifacts, such as the King of Dawn, the God of Justice, and the God of Light. For example, the strongest divine artifacts of the Paladins, the Pale Justice and the Holy Avenger, both of these divine artifacts required the user to be aligned with the lawful good, and the user had to be a paladin. Therefore, these two divine artifacts were also called holy swords. The paladins were a group of very troublesome existences. This was because the paladins seriously could not tolerate evil. However, this world had never been bright and righteous. It could be said that almost all cities were hiding evil. Even Sullen's northern city was no exception. There were a large number of slaves and serfs in the northern city. According to the standards of the paladins, these were also evil. However, this world could not be without paladins. They were the bottom line of this world and the hope of all the good people. As people who adhered to the lawful good, they had very strong will and beliefs. If wizards were 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 10,000, then paladins were 1 in 100,000. It was difficult to become a paladin not because one was not talented enough, but because one had to firmly believe in justice and kindness. If one could not uphold justice and kindness, then a paladin would quickly fall. Once a paladin fell, then the power they possessed would disappear, and they would eventually become an ordinary warrior. Of course, it was also possible that their beliefs would collapse and they would completely fall into darkness, becoming a dark warrior. Paladins pursued justice and kindness. Their beliefs were to protect kindness, pursue justice, and destroy evil. However, very few people could do it. Even the most ordinary civilians, if you used alignment testing spells, you would find that many of them leaned towards evil. Even in the 21st century, when technology was advanced, society was prosperous, and the legal system was improving day by day, there were all kinds of criminals, gray areas, collusion between officials and businessmen, and crimes committed by officials. Not to mention the Middle Ages. In this era where productivity was lagging behind and the power of the nobles was almost at its peak, who would expect the nobles to uphold justice? They only knew how to protect their own status and interests, not so-called justice. In any city in this world, if the paladins were to clean it up, a large number of people would be executed in the end. Corrupt officials, nobles who had no regard for human life, merchants who cheated and sold shoddy food, harmful food, expensive drugs, black-hearted minds, and so on would all be executed. How many of those nobles, officials, and merchants could be counted on to be clean? Just like the merchants who came to the northern city to trade, they were all well behaved in the city like good people, but if they encountered them in the wild, they would be very skilled in killing and robbing. One could tell at a glance that these people were veterans. As for those kind merchants, they only had two choices in this environment: either they would wallow in the mire and become the same kind of people, or they would give up this path. According to Capital, when Capital came to the world again, blood and filth would drip from every pore from head to toe. So, according to the standards of the paladins, the whole city was basically ruined. But if the paladins were asked to ignore this, then the paladins were asking them to give up their insistence, and they would no longer be paladins. Although Su Len did not like the paladins, he respected them. If he was still the hot-blooded young man of the past, maybe Su Len would also become a paladin, but after experiencing so many things, he had long understood it, but he was powerless to change it. After completing the divine weapon Thor's lance, Su Len began other work. Deepwater City needed to continue to open up new channels, in addition to the trade route to the eastern continent, and also the channel to the southern sea. If Deepwater City wanted to develop, it must have as many ships as possible docked here to trade. At the same time, the navy of Deepwater City began to guard the channel and fight against pirates after completing the primary training. The number of islands in the southern sea could be said to be the largest in the world. After all, this sea area was the busiest. Chapter 6:12. While Su Len was busy opening up a new waterway, the development of Northern Citadel did not stop. Several towns and cities were built along the route from Northern Citadel to Deepwater Port. These towns and cities were small in size and only had a population of about 1,000 people. All of them were located along the Red Sand River. These towns and cities were originally built as supply stations for ships that came and went. The council halls saw that these settlements were developing well, so they directly assigned the immigrants who came in the past few months to these settlements along the river. Since the construction of Deepwater City, the supply of goods to Northern Citadel had not been interrupted. It could be said that the waterway of the Red Sand River had become unusually prosperous. There were more than a dozen ships coming in and out every day. These towns and cities along the way were developing very quickly. Deepwater City also sent out a fleet to sail to the Southern Sea. This time, their destination was the Southern Sea. The Southern Sea was famous among the surrounding countries for its wealth. Every year, caravans and fleets from all over the world would trade here. The nobles of these countries could be said to have made a lot of money. The nobles of these countries lived more extravagantly than the nobles of Florence. Things like sugar, honey, high-end wine, perfume, and paper were in short supply here. All kinds of luxury goods produced in Northern Citadel could be sold at a high price here. From the very beginning of the sea trade, the goods traded were luxury goods. The risk of sea trade was much higher than that of caravans on the road. There was an endless stream of pirates, powerful sea monsters, and terrifying storms. As long as you encountered them, you would suffer heavy losses. If the value of the goods transported was low, you wouldn't even be able to pay the sailors' wages. The Southern Sea was also the most prosperous area for slave trade. Unlike the northern continent, the Southern Sea was very thoroughly developed. The land there was also developed. The large wastelands between the cities in the northern continent were rarely seen in the Southern Sea. The mild climate, abundant rainy season, and fertile land made the Southern Sea much more productive than the Northern Sea. There was enough food to feed a large number of people. Although the nobles here were greedier than the nobles in the Northern Sea, the population of the Southern Sea was still far greater than that of the Northern Sea. For example, the largest port in the Tudor Kingdom, the Spice Port, had a permanent population of more than 400,000. The capital of the Tudor Kingdom had a population of an astonishing 500,000. Including the floating population, the population had reached 800,000. Su Len planned to directly migrate from here. He would transport a large amount of goods from Northern Town City to the Southern Sea to sell, then buy slaves from here and send them to Deepwater City. This was much faster than migrating from the Kingdom of Florence. One ship could easily transport a few hundred immigrants, and one trip could transport at least 3,000 immigrants. Compared to the immigration of the Kingdom of Florence, it took much less money and time. The number of merchant ships in Deepwater City was still expanding. As the fleet grew bigger and bigger, so did the number of immigrants. North Town City was rapidly developing again. Right now, the first problem that restricted the rapid development of Beifeng Principality was its low population. The entire Beifeng Principality had a population of no more than 300,000, which was even less than the population of a city. The population in the north of the Kingdom of Florence was originally insufficient, and the cost of immigration from the south was too high. Now, using a fleet for immigration would undoubtedly greatly reduce the cost, and there would be more people. The development of the waterway in Deepwater City was very smooth. All kinds of goods from Northern Town City were also very popular here. The immigration work in Northern Town City was also very smooth. The arrival of a large number of people also made Deepwater Port more prosperous. With a flash of light in the laboratory, Hathaway's eyes flashed with joy. She then excitedly picked up the freshly made Starry Sky magic robe on the alchemy table. This was a robe that she had specially made for herself. The main material was the skin of a white dragon, and it was also a legendary robe. After Su Len got his hands on a divine weapon, Hathaway couldn't help but take out the dragon's skin to make a legendary robe. As a legendary wizard, Hathaway's equipment could be said to be very simple. Due to the lack of materials, she had always been using a grade 4 legendary robe and magic staff. Last time, Su Len brought back a large amount of legendary dragon skin, so she finally had enough materials. Hathaway directly put on the robe. The Starry Sky magic robe looked very beautiful. The robe was blue and white, and there were silver-white patterns on it. The patterns were shining like stars, and it was very beautiful. Because it was made of dragon skin, the robe itself had very high defense. It could be said that with this robe, Hathaway's strength had increased by at least 3 times. With a flash of light, Alex's figure appeared on the astrology table. As soon as he appeared, he saw Hathaway and was attracted by the robe on her. "Sister Hathaway, you're done." Seeing the robe on Hathaway, Alex was also surprised. "Yes, I'm done. I just tested it, and it's already exceeded our expectations," Hathaway said excitedly. "Really? Then I'll make my robe according to this template." Alex decided right away. "There are diagrams in the library. You can change the spells on them. Su Len brought back a lot of materials, so you can make a few more of them." Hathaway waved her hand and said. "Then I won't hold back," Alex said excitedly. "Right, how's your research going?" Hathaway suddenly thought of something and asked. "It's a lot worse. Su Len brought back a lot of information last time. I've already tested it. There's no problem at all," Alex said. "Look." Alex gently waved his hand, and a silver metal ring appeared in his hand. The metal ring was very small, only the size of a palm. It was engraved with countless arcane runes. The material of the metal ring was silver white, and there was a strong force flowing on it. "It looks good," Hathaway nodded and said. "This floating ring has only gone through a simple test. Further tests will require a lot of data to analyze." Alex didn't make this floating ring for the Wizard Tower, but for the floating city. Of course, this floating ring was only a model. The floating city's floating ring needed more power, and it also needed to be distributed to various parts of the floating city. This way, the floating city wouldn't break due to its own gravity. "Let's test it first." Alex nodded, and then Hathaway and Alex surrendered their gazes to the steel golem standing next to them. Hathaway gently waved her arm, and the heavy bodies of the steel golems flew up. The floating ring covered a very large area, 10 times larger than the previous one. The golems in this area all floated at the same height. This levitation ring had been modified to distribute the buoyancy evenly to the surroundings. It was specially made for the floating city. In the future, the floating city would definitely have more than one set of levitation rings installed. In order to prevent one set of levitation rings from malfunctioning, a floating city would have at least 3 to 4 sets of levitation rings installed. Once a levitation ring in operation had a problem and stopped working, a spare levitation ring would immediately restart. This was to prevent the floating city from falling from a high altitude. The two legendary wizards worked together and began to test the floating ring. As mana was continuously injected, the floating ring flickered with a faint spiritual light. A few steel golems moved around under the control of the two wizards. They moved up and down, left and right. The two of them quickly became familiar with the controls of the floating rings, recording their movements as they operated them. Experiment successful. Organize and archive the information about the floating ring. With the end of the test, Hathaway's hand flashed, and the floating ring slowly closed. The steel golems also slowly descended from the air. According to this ratio, a floating city weighing tens of thousands of tons or even hundreds of thousands of tons needs a floating ring 100 times larger, Alex said slowly. According to this ratio, we don't need enough materials now. The manufacturing process of the floating ring was very difficult, and the materials needed were also very precious. After all, it had to lift a city weighing hundreds of thousands of tons into the sky. There could not be any mistakes. Part of the metal used in the floating ring was mithril. In addition, it also needed a lot of alloys. This alloy was a special metal researched during the Arcane Empire, and its main purpose was to build a floating city. The two major cores of the floating city, the energy system and the floating ring system, were very important. Only sufficient energy could maintain the floating ring's operation. After solving the problem of the floating ring, the next thing was the elemental fusion furnace. The theory of the elemental fusion furnace had been perfected long ago, and even the elemental fission furnace had been officially used. However, it was not a simple matter to actually build an elemental fusion furnace. In fact, during the Arcane Empire, the elemental fusion furnace had been widely used. Compared to the intense radiation and pollution of the elemental fission furnace, the elemental fusion furnace had almost no radiation, and the energy output was hundreds or even thousands of times higher. The elemental fission furnace could also be used as the energy core of the floating city, but it required the elemental fission furnaces to form an energy matrix and rely on several elemental fission furnaces to provide sufficient energy. However, this method consumed several times more elemental fuel, and the endurance would be greatly reduced. Sister Hathaway, how's the research on the elemental fusion furnace? Alex asked as he put away the floating ring. Hathaway shook her head. There are still some problems. The elemental fusion furnace produces too much energy, and ordinary materials can't support it, but I already have some ideas. Chapter 613. Death Canyon. After Suluan had used mud to rock to block the entrance of the canyon, it had become an important resource and farming spot for northern Garrison City. At the entrance of the canyon, a military camp had been renovated. The new recruits from North Town would be sent here to kill zombies and skeletons to level up after completing their basic training. At the same time, they would collect all kinds of soul crystals. In this military camp, apart from the new recruits, there were 2 teams of Stage 3 elites. The leaders of these teams had reached Stage 4. In addition to protecting the new recruits, they were also responsible for killing the high-grade undead creatures in Death Canyon. There weren't many of these high-grade undead creatures. On average, there were about 5 of them per month. These high-grade undead creatures would produce high-grade soul crystals, which were the main material for making the soul cores of steel golems. Sulen now had a clay golem assembly line, a rock golem assembly line, and a steel golem assembly line. He had already moved the steel golem assembly line from the secret realm to the wizard tower. The steel golem assembly line was different from the clay golems and rock golems. The entire steel golem factory looked like a modern production workshop. The surrounding walls were bright and clean, and the crystal pipes on the ground were transmitting energy. These crystal pipes were connected to the elemental pool in the wizard tower. Although the wizard tower had an elemental fission furnace installed, Sulen didn't dismantle the elemental pool. Instead, he remade the elemental pool into an energy loop to power the wizard tower. The elemental fission furnace was used as the energy for the floating ring and the enigma lock. The energy supply of the wizard tower was not interfered with. In fact, the energy supply of the wizard tower was like electricity in Abel's previous life. The energy supply of a wizard tower was equivalent to a power station. The production process of steel golems was much more complicated than clay golems and rock golems. At this time, the standardized parts of the steel golem assembly line were transported to the corresponding position by the conveyor belt. These parts were then assembled by the clay golems one by one. In the back of the warehouse, there were already a few steel golems that had been assembled standing quietly. These steel golems hadn't been activated yet, and their soul cores hadn't been installed. The soul cores of high-grade golems were very complicated, and they needed to be activated by wizards. Under normal circumstances, Sulen or Hathaway would come here once a month for activation. Soul crystals were rare and were one of the common currencies in the multiverse. Souls were a special kind of wealth, and the death god maintained that the souls in the multiverse would not be excessively plundered. He would send a large number of souls back to the origin sea for reincarnation, but there would always be many devils and demons who wanted to challenge the death god's bottom line. In order to obtain large amounts of soul crystals, wizards created the soul binding spell. After killing an enemy, they would use the soul binding stone to bind the enemy's soul and imprison it in a magic gem or other crystals. Demons and devils loved soul crystals. In the lower planes, soul crystals had an astonishing purchasing power. A legendary soul crystal was enough to hire a group of greater demons to serve you. As for demons, they preferred to rob rather than trade. The lowest level of soul crystals were gray soul crystals, which mostly came from low-level undead creatures such as ghosts and skeletons. They had a very low chance of dropping these low-level soul crystals, which could be used to activate the clay golem. The price of such a soul crystal was about 2,000 kinnar. Ordinary people would not drop soul crystals after death. Even if they used the soul binding spell, they could only obtain incomplete soul crystals. Dozens of the smallest soul crystals required at least grade 1 professions. Sulen planned to build the Golem Legion. The main combat power of the Golem Legion was the Steel Golem. Making the Steel Golem not only required the use of living constructs but also the use of limited wishes. The Steel Golem's intelligence was already very high. Clay golems and rock golems were now on sale. These clay golems and rock golems were absolutely loyal soldiers. They were strong and fearless of death. As long as they had energy, they would fight to the last quarter of an hour. In addition to fighting, the clay golems and rock golems could also do all kinds of heavy work. They had infinite strength and were much more useful than humans. Sulen planned to place some rock golems at the dock of Deepwater City and let them guard the port. These rock golems were more suitable for guarding than humans. They would not accept bribes. As long as they were given an order, they would carry it out meticulously. The port could be said to be the most prone to disputes. Most of the time, the guards could not be fair, but the rock golems could. The clay golems and rock golems sold in the northern citadel were not cheap. Moreover, the golems needed to be recharged every once in a while. So, although many people coveted the golem's powerful strength, there were not many who really wanted to buy them. Of course, Sulen also promised that there would be after-sales service for those who did not have the technology to recharge the golems. They only needed to spend a small amount of money to have the northern citadel recharge their golems. For the sake of publicity, Sulen also specially formed 2 teams of rock golems in the northern citadel. These 2 teams of rock golems would patrol the city every day. Compared to the warriors of the northern citadel, these 3-meter-tall rock golems were more oppressive. While Sulen was promoting the golems, a merchant ship slowly sailed in from the southern sea. The ship looked like it had gone through a great battle. There were many burning holes in the sails, and the blood stains on the deck had not been cleaned up. Not far away, a few sailors were carrying a corpse, planning to throw it into the sea. On the other side of the deck, a sailor was holding a Bible with a damaged cover and praying farewell. This was a sailor's funeral. All the corpses had to be thrown into the sea. The space on the ship was limited. After the corpses rotted, they would contaminate the food on the ship. If they were not careful, the whole ship would turn into a ghost ship, and everyone would die. After the prayer, 2 sailors threw the corpse into the sea. The waves splashed, and the smell of blood spread in the sea. Soon, people saw sharks in the distance rushing over. They swallowed the corpse. The ship steadily docked at the dock. Soon, a team of soldiers quickly walked to Sullen's room. "You said the fleet was attacked by pirates?" Sullen's eyes flashed coldly. "Yes, Your Majesty. We have 4 ships in total. 3 of them were taken away. This is the only ship left. Please help us get the ship back." Pirates had already set their sights on this place. Sullen's face was expressionless. He was thinking about how to make an example out of them. Chapter 6:14. The atmosphere in Deepwater Port was a little tense. In the morning, a ship docked and brought back news of a pirate attack. 3 ships in the fleet were intercepted by pirates, and the only ship that escaped suffered heavy casualties. The consequences for Deepwater City, which had just begun to develop, were very serious. "Where is Barbassa?" Sulen asked. "Your Majesty, Barbassa is training with the fleet and hasn't returned yet," Mayor Holland said. Sulen frowned slightly and continued, "How long do they expect to be back?" "Barbassa and the others usually carry a week's worth of food when they are training." "They should be back tomorrow," Holland said. "When they return tomorrow, tell him to see me immediately." Sulen said, "Immediately inform all the crew and sailors in Deepwater Port to gather. All leave is cancelled. Everyone will gather at the port tomorrow morning." "Okay, now go and arrange it immediately." "As you wish." The surrounding officials bowed and said, then slowly left the room. "Go and call that merchant. I have something to ask him." The attendant next to him left quickly. About 10 minutes later, the attendant brought the merchant over. "How many pirates attacked you? Where did they attack? What is the name of this pirate?" Sulen glanced at the merchant and asked directly. "Your Majesty, the pirates who attacked us should be one-eyed. The skull on their pirate flag is one-eyed. This is the symbol of one-eyed. At that time, we were attacked by 4 pirate ships. There were at least 1,000 pirates. They disguised themselves as merchant ships and suddenly launched an attack on the Norman Islands. We were caught unprepared and the 3 ships were quickly occupied by the pirates. If it wasn't for a sudden whirlwind that scattered the pirates' formation, we wouldn't have been able to break through the siege. Your Majesty, this time our caravan suffered heavy losses. The goods and ships robbed added up to at least 500,000 kinnar. Please avenge us," Rhodes said with a pained expression. "How much do you know about one-eyed pirates? How many pirates are there? Where are they active?" Sulen asked in a deep voice. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I don't know much about one-eyed pirates. After all, pirates hide their tracks except when they rob," Rhodes said. "Then tell me what you know." Sulen nodded. "Yes, Your Majesty." Rhodes reorganized his words and said, "It is said that there are 1,000 one-eyed pirates and they are one of the largest pirates in the southern seas. They are ruthless and never leave anyone alive after a successful robbery. That is why very little information about them has been leaked. One-Eye's flagship is the Black Dragon, an armed merchant ship. It is said that a wizard has cast a spell on this ship that can raise a large fog on the surface of the sea. There were a few times when One-Eyed was ambushed by the Tudor Kingdom's navy and was trapped in a tight encirclement. Thick fog suddenly rose from the sea and turned everything white in a breath. Almost nothing could be seen beyond 3 meters. One-Eyed took the opportunity to escape. After his escape, One-Eyed began to attack the Tudor Kingdom's merchant ships, causing the Tudor Kingdom to suffer heavy losses. Later, the Tudor Kingdom's navy launched a search and fought with this group of pirates many times. One-Eyed suffered heavy losses after a few times. 3 out of 5 pirate ships were sunk, so he had to give up. However, the Tudor Kingdom's navy did not gain any advantage. However, this incident also made him famous among the pirates and made him one of the most powerful pirates in the southern seas. One-Eyed is often active in the area of the Marin Islands, which is a route to the eastern continent. Merchant ships often pass through it, but this time, for some reason, he suddenly appeared in the Norman Islands and launched an attack on us. After listening to Rhodes's introduction, Sulen had some understanding of One-Eyed's pirates. They were meticulous, well-informed, cruel, fierce, and vengeful. At the same time, they were also bold. After all, not many pirates dared to go head-to-head with the Navy. However, One-Eyed had actually gone head-to-head with the Navy more than once. Not only was he not eliminated, but he was also getting stronger and stronger. Sulen actually did not care much about the strength of One-Eyed's pirates. After all, to him, anyone below the legendary level was just an ant. As long as he was willing, he could single-handedly destroy all of One-Eyed's pirates. However, the reason why pirates could not stop attacking despite repeated prohibitions was because they were secretive about their whereabouts. The sea was vast and there were many islands. Pirates usually built their nests in some sea areas far away from the sea route. The most difficult thing to eliminate pirates was not to defeat them, but to find their nest. Even if Sulen knew that One-Eyed's pirates were behind it, it was still very difficult to find them. However, it was not impossible. If there was no other way, he could ask Hathaway for a divination. The strength of One-Eyed's pirates was far from the legendary level. The difference in strength was very large. This kind of divination would require too much effort. After a day of preparation, a large number of sailors gathered at the port of Deepwater City. All the sailors in the city had arrived, and there were also 2 ships docked at the port. Because 3 ships were robbed by pirates, there were only 2 ships left in Deepwater City. In addition, there was a warship that was still being piloted by Barbassa. Its strength was far inferior to One-Eye's. Of course, this did not take into account the situation of Raging Dragon. The sky gradually brightened, and soon a black spot appeared on the sea. The black spot was very fast, and it was revealed in a short time. It was the naval warship led by Barbassa. At this time, the warship had just completed sailing training and was moving towards the port. About half an hour later, the ship docked at the port. After seeing the situation at the port, Barbassa was slightly stunned. Then, as if he had thought of something, his face became a little dignified. "Your Majesty, what happened?" Barbassa hurried to Sulen and asked nervously after saluting. "Our fleet was attacked by One-Eyed's pirates, and only 1 ship escaped," Sulen said with a gloomy face. "Now take your people, replenish the supplies, and immediately set out to find these pirates. I want to completely eliminate them." "Yes, Your Majesty." Barbassa's heart trembled, and he immediately said. Then, without caring about the repairs, he ordered the coolies to carry the supplies to the ship. Because the development time of Deepwater City was very short, the number of sailors here was not many. Although Sulen spent a lot of time to train them, it was still not enough. In addition, 3 ships were robbed, the sailors on them would certainly not survive. The quality of the sailors was much worse than before. Most of the sailors in front of him were ordinary people, or strong ordinary people. Sulen did not have much hope for these people. For him, the role of these sailors was to carry the spoils of war. Soon, Barbassa carried all the supplies. After making sure that all the ships were ready, Sulen said directly, "Let's go." The 3 ships quickly raised their sails, and then lined up in a column and slowly sailed out of the harbor. After leaving the port, the fleet changed direction and sailed directly to the south. What others did not know was that in the dark sea, a huge shadow was following closely under the sea. It was Sulen's magic ship, the Angry Dragon. Although they did not know the lair of the One-Eyed pirates, they would definitely sell the stolen goods after robbing the fleet. Ordinary port pirates would not dare to dock at all, and ordinary merchants would not dare to do this business. However, there was a place that specialized in this, and that was the Shipwreck Harbor. The Shipwreck Harbor was a pirate harbor that provided various services for pirates. The Shipwreck Harbor was hidden in countless islands in the Southern Sea. Not only could ships be repaired here, but there were also taverns, blacksmiths, and brothels. Most of the pirates in the Southern Sea dealt with their spoils here. In addition to pirates, there were also various smugglers. As long as you had money, those smugglers would even dare to sell warships. This was also the treasury of most pirates. After robbing, those pirates liked to come here to relax. It could be said that the prosperity of this harbor was not worse than ordinary ports. Although Sulen did not know the specific location of the Shipwreck Harbor, Barbassa, as a former pirate captain, naturally knew the location of the Shipwreck Harbor. Therefore, he led the fleet directly to the Shipwreck Harbor. The attack of the one-eyed pirates also made Sulen realize the danger that Deepwater City was facing. After opening the channel, not only would there be caravans coming, but there would also be pirates eyeing this place. According to the current strength of Deepwater City, it would be very difficult to protect this channel. At present, Deepwater City only had Barbassa's navy, and the number of people was less than 300. It was impossible to ensure the safety of the channel. Therefore, to ensure the safety of the channel, Sulen needed to use some other methods. The simplest and most violent method was to establish his power and directly eliminate a few pirates with thunderous means. This way, other pirates would be deterred. Sulen was very clear about what pirates were. These guys were brave, ruthless, cruel, and greedy. They seemed to be very difficult to deal with. In reality, pirates were all a bunch of wretched wretches. They knew how to steer according to the wind. As long as you were strong enough and your fists were hard enough, they would know what humility was. Those who were disobedient would be chopped to death, and the rest would be obedient. The rule of bandits was the law of the jungle. They had no so-called loyalty. Betrayal could be said to be a common occurrence. As long as you were strong enough to lead other pirates to rob gold, silver, and jewelry, then these pirates would support you. However, if you could not lead them to gain benefits, then the pirate group would quickly fall apart. Your Majesty, do we go directly to the Shipwreck Harbor? Barbassa asked. Yes, go directly to the Shipwreck Harbor. Sulen said in a deep voice. Your Majesty, there is no problem going to the Shipwreck Harbor, but there is a rule in the Shipwreck Harbor. Fighting is not allowed in the Shipwreck Harbor. Barbassa reminded. What if we fight? Sulen sneered. If we fight, we will be wanted by the pirates, and all the pirates will attack us. Barbassa swallowed and said. Chapter 6:15. Wanted by pirates? Sulen raised his eyebrows. Yes. Barbassa continued, this is the rule set by several pirate kings and written in the pirate code. All pirates must be on guard. Sulen sneered. Pirate code? What does it have to do with us? We are not pirates. We are the Navy of Deepwater City. We are here to eliminate pirates. Besieged by pirates? That's exactly what I want. I was worried that they would run away. The Shipwreck Harbor was located in an archipelago with complicated waters. It was originally a barren island, but it gradually prospered because of pirates. The pirates robbed a lot of goods but had no way to sell them, so they could only abandon them. Later, some smugglers tried to contact the pirates and buy the goods at a low price. After tasting the sweetness, the smugglers and pirates hit it off. Thus, the Shipwreck Harbor was created. From the beginning, they sold goods, then later, they repaired ships, modified ships, sold weapons, and even found prostitutes to open brothels and taverns for the pirates to enjoy. It could be said that the smugglers made a lot of money here. Of course, the Shipwreck Harbor was also a treasure trove for several pirate kings. The smugglers who did business here had to pay a lot of protection fees every year before they were allowed to make money here. All the pirate leaders wanted to get involved here, but there were only 7 pirate kings here. Only by defeating one of the pirate kings could they get the benefits here. Sullen's goal was very clear, which was the shipwreck harbor. The one-eyed dragon was most likely in the shipwreck harbor. The speed of the fleet was very fast. 2 days later, the fleet arrived at the Norman Islands, which was the area where the one-eyed man attacked the Deepwater Port fleet. This island was an uninhabited island. The vegetation on the island was lush, but there was not much production. There was even little freshwater resources. Sulan let the fleet search around here, but unfortunately, they did not find any survivors. Your Majesty, no survivors were found, nor were there any traces of pirates. Barbassa reported to Sulan. Continue to the south. The fleet passed the Norman Islands and continued to sail. After arriving here, the fleet moved faster. The trade wind blew the sails, allowing the fleet to move forward quickly. After arriving here, they were close to the southern sea. Sulan returned to his cabin to rest. About a day later, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. Pirates spotted! Pirates spotted! Everyone, prepare for battle! Quick, quick, quick! You bunch of cowards, pick up your weapons and prepare for battle. Sulan immediately got up, and in the next second, he appeared on the deck with a flash of light. At this time, Barbassa was already standing on the bow, and next to him was the marine who had already picked up their weapons. The marines on the deck were still a little flustered. It was their first time encountering pirates, so they were very nervous. However, Barbassa's training was still very effective. Under his loud roar, these fledgling marines quickly calmed down. They picked up their weapons and aimed at the ships that were coming quickly. It's a tiger shark. A marine quickly recognized the pirate ship. When Barbassa was training the marines, he told them about the pirates that were active on the sea. The tiger shark pirates were one of them. The leader of this pirate group was said to be a believer of Dagon. He was a mixed blood and had part of the mud giant's blood. His birth was entirely due to Dagon's sacrificial ceremony, so when he was born, he received Dagon's blessing, which gave him the ability to control sea creatures. The reason why the tiger shark pirates were called the tiger shark pirates was because they raised a tiger shark. It seems that we are being treated as fat sheep, Barbassa said as he looked at the approaching pirate ship. Sulan looked up, then he exerted force on his feet. His body instantly rose from the ground, then he turned around and landed on the mast. He then looked at the pirate ship in the distance. There was a pirate ship approaching. The pirate flag fluttered with a skull and a shark. Around the pirate ship, there were more than a dozen small sampans that could only seat 5 or 6 people. They had hooks and scimitars in their hands, and they were looking at them with a grin. These pirates were prepared for boarding battle. The pirates rotated the hooks in their hands quickly. Once they reached a certain distance, they would throw them onto the ship and quickly board the ship to fight. Tiger shark. It's that tiger shark. In the sea, a huge shadow appeared. It was the tiger shark raised by the pirate leader. Originally, tiger sharks were only 4 or 5 meters long. Although they were very fierce, they were not a threat to ships. However, the tiger shark in front of them was obviously more than 4 or 5 meters long. The shadow in the sea was at least 20 meters long. With such a huge body, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a whale, let alone a shark. It was clear that this tiger shark had become larger and larger for some reason. However, Sulan did not feel any other aura from the tiger shark. Obviously, this tiger shark did not have Dagon's power. He did not know how the mixed blood giant raised the tiger shark to such a size. With such a huge body, it could directly sink some ships. No wonder he dared to rob Sulan's fleet with only one ship. Want to use the tiger shark to deal with me? Sulan sneered, then a light rose from his body. Dominate monster. A magical energy was instantly transmitted from Sulan's body. In the next second, the tiger shark that was constantly rushing towards the ship suddenly stopped. A trace of Sulan's spiritual power instantly enveloped the tiger shark. Feeling that Sulan's spiritual power wanted to control it, the tiger shark immediately resisted. However, Sullen's soul was so powerful that even if he only used a trace of his spiritual power, the tiger shark could not resist. Its consciousness was easily suppressed by Sulen and was completely under Sullen's control. After dealing with the enemy's strongest trump card, the next battle was even simpler. Looking at the aggressive pirates, Sulen directly cast spells on them. All troops, cheer. Group haste. Group bears tenacity. Group bulls brute force. Group magic weapon. Group foxes cunning. Boost morale. Group water walk. Light after light flashed through the navies, and the panicking navies instantly became fired up. Even the weakest of goblins would become incomparably courageous at this moment with the support of a spell that boosted morale and uplifted morale. Under the numerous spells, the fighting strength of all the soldiers soared by several levels. Feeling the formidable power in their body, many soldiers directly jumped down from the ship. Under the shocked eyes of those pirates, they stepped on the sea water as if they were walking on flat ground and rushed over. Chapter 6:16. Many of the soldiers jumped down from the ship and ran quickly on the surface of the water under the stunned eyes of the pirates. After being buffed with various statuses, the soldiers' combat power was off the charts. They quickly covered a distance of a few hundred meters. How is this possible? How can they run on the water? On the pirate ship, a pirate with a hideous scar on his face was in disbelief. Adepts. They have adepts. At this moment, one of the pirates cried out in panic. The face of the leader of the pirates changed slightly. With a sweep of his scimitar, a cold light flashed and the throat of the pirate who was shouting in panic was cut open. Blood gushed out in an instant. The pirate covered his neck with both hands and wanted to say something, but the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. What wizards? It's just a small trick. If you dare to disturb the morale of my troops again, you will be beheaded. The leader of the pirates shouted. A trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes as he swept his gaze across the surrounding pirates. All the pirates who met his gaze felt a chill in their hearts. Everyone, get ready for battle immediately. Kill all those who dare to resist, and you will get an extra 30% of the rewards this time. Tiger Shark Walton immediately shouted when he saw the enemies rushing towards him. Behead one person and you will get 5 gold coins. Behead 2 people and you will get 12 gold coins. Behead 3 people and you will get 20 gold coins. Hearing Walton's reward, the eyes of these desperados lit up and their faces flushed. The morale of the pirates who were panicking because of those people running on the water was greatly boosted. However, this morale only lasted for a short few minutes. Soon, those people were already in close combat with the pirates on the small boats. These Navy soldiers who were buffed with various statuses were all very powerful. The pirates who were originally brandishing their scimitars were cut in half. Originally, the weapons were carefully crafted by the dwarves. After being enchanted by Sulen, they became even sharper. The scrap metal of these pirates was no match for them at all. As soon as they clashed, a large number of pirates were killed on the spot. Run! Jump off the ship! It was unknown which pirate shouted, but the surrounding pirates reacted instantly. Without thinking, they dived into the sea. Unfortunately, although these pirates escaped the fate of being killed, they fell into a more dangerous situation. The giant tiger shark that had just been subdued by Sulen became extremely excited after smelling the blood. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the pirates who had jumped into the sea. Charge! Today is the day to make a name for yourself. Kill all these pirates and avenge our dead brothers. Kill them. Seeing how easily they slaughtered those pirates, the soldiers let out excited howls. Brandishing their weapons, they charged towards the pirate ship. Those pirates who were originally eager to give it a try felt as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over their heads. Chills ran down their spines from the inside out. Many pirates couldn't help but avert their eyes, as though looking for a way out. Quick, pick up your weapons. Kill them if you want to live. Tiger Shark Walton's expression changed abruptly, and he shouted madly. However, the effect was not good. Quickly turn the rudder and leave this place, quickly. Tiger Shark Walton finally realized that the situation was not good. He quickly ordered the pirates to turn the rudder and escape from this sea area. However, it was already too late. After killing all the pirates on the surrounding sampans, the soldiers waved their hooks and charged towards the pirate ship. At the same time, Barbossa's warship arrived at a distance of 20 meters. Bang bang bang. The prepared ballista was immediately fired. The 3-meter-long spear with unparalleled power hit the pirate ship in an instant. The rope tied to the spear was also tightened in an instant. The pirate ship that was about to turn around and escape was instantly caught, unable to move. Boys, the opportunity to make a name for yourself has come. Follow me. Barbossa roared. With one hand holding the rope and the other hand holding the long sword, he directly jumped down from the mast and swung towards the pirate ship not far away. Many soldiers followed closely behind him. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen soldiers successfully jumped onto the pirate ship. Barbossa rolled to avoid a pirate's scimitar. He swept his arm, and the sharp sword cut through the air, instantly cutting the pirate in half. Barbossa's body and mind moved quickly, and the long sword in his hand swept across. Wherever he passed, there was no enemy. The surrounding naval soldiers saw how brave their captain was, and they were greatly encouraged. With just one charge, they killed the surrounding pirates. Taking advantage of this opportunity, more naval soldiers boarded the pirate ship, and the number of naval soldiers increased rapidly. Barbossa's strength wasn't bad to begin with. After being buffed with so many buffs, he had turned into a killing machine. His long saber slashed through the air, causing blood to splatter. In just a dozen seconds, 5 to 6 pirates around him had been chopped into two. The pirate leader, Tiger Shark Walton, had an ugly expression on his face. The enemy's strength was beyond his expectations. The surrounding pirates were no match for them. It hadn't been long, but they were already retreating. Now, he didn't even have the chance to escape. Waves of marines continued to rush onto the pirate ship, and the number of pirates was rapidly decreasing. Barbossa saw the pirate leader, and with a jump, he directly rushed up. With many buffs, Barbossa was simply unstoppable on the pirate ship. The long sword in his hand drew out a sword light and continuously slashed. Clang clang clang. A series of clashing sounds could be heard. At this moment, Walton's face was filled with fear. Barbossa was suppressing him both in terms of strength and speed. Facing Barbossa's attacks, Walton could only try his best to parry. The chain mail on the mountain had already been slashed until it was riddled with scars. There were even wounds on his body. Kacha! The sound of metal breaking was heard, and the curved sword in Walton's hand could no longer withstand the destruction and directly broke. Tiger Shark Walton's expression changed. However, before he could react, Barbossa's long blade had already swept towards him. A bright blade light flashed, and Walton's head flew into the air. Following which, Walton's headless corpse fell to the ground. The battle ended quickly, and the fledgling deep-water city navy obtained a great victory. They successfully won the battle with a small price, and more than 60% of the pirates, including the pirate leader Walton, were directly beheaded. The sea was full of the smell of blood, and attracted by the smell of blood, many sharks wandered in the sea, but they were afraid of the tiger shark that Sulen had just subdued, and did not dare to approach. Everyone, start cleaning the battlefield, and count the wounded, and calculate the spoils and military achievements. All the spoils of war will be collected and distributed later. Sulen gave a few simple instructions, and then ordered the soldiers to deal with the aftermath. Those who dare to hide the spoils of war, cut off one of their hands. Barbossa said loudly, and then ordered people to clean up the battlefield. Sulen was not surprised by the result of this naval battle. Naval battles in this era were still in the state of hand-to-hand combat, and even if there were fire crystal cannons, the effect was very limited. The battle between pirates was the most cruel and the most effective battle in naval battles. Pirates liked to fight with pirates the most, because it could end the battle in the shortest time and obtain a lot of spoils of war. In the end, there were only 30 to 40 tiger shark pirates left alive, and these pirates were all squatting on the deck. Sulen would not kill all of these pirates. These pirates were people who made a living on the sea, and they were qualified sailors. Deepwater port needed a large number of sailors to carry out maritime trade, and these pirates would be qualified sailors after some training. Basically, these pirates had seen blood, and even if they encountered other pirates, they would dare to fight to the death. As long as the leader of the pirates was beheaded and sent to prison for reform, these pirates could be used. After cleaning up the battlefield, there were very few spoils of war from this battle. All kinds of gold coins added up to less than 1,000, and there were also some gems and other things. Other than that, there was nothing else, but this was considered normal. The tiger shark pirates were originally out to rob, and naturally, they would not bring any wealth. After Barbossa finished his inspection, he began to interrogate these pirates. Although the tiger shark pirates weren't very strong, they had a giant tiger shark. The Waltons had run amok in this sea area for a while, and the money they had plundered was also a huge amount. Even if the pirates spent money like water, they would still accumulate a huge amount of wealth, and Walton should have hidden the rest of the wealth. Do any of you know where Walton hid his treasure? Barbossa asked coldly. The first person to tell the secret will get 1/10 of the treasure, and the second person will get nothing. Now tell me your answer. Barbossa said with a smile. I know where Walton hid his treasure. Go away, what you know is fake. I know where Walton hid his treasure. I want to tell you. As soon as Barbossa's voice fell, the surrounding pirates went crazy, and they wanted to tell the location of the treasure, and they wanted to get the more generous reward. Soon, Barbossa found out the location of Walton's treasure, which was their old nest, Black Shark Island, and the name was also given by Walton. This was originally a remote island, and after the tiger shark pirates made it their stronghold, the island was developed, and a simple dock was built. There were also brothels, casinos, and other areas on the island. After confirming the location of Walton's treasure, Barbossa began to report to Sulen. You said that there is a huge amount of treasure on Black Shark Island? Sulen continued after thinking for a while. Yes, Your Majesty. Barbossa said. Adjust the direction of the fleet, we are going to Black Shark Island. Sulen said without hesitation. The fleet slowly turned and set off in the direction of Black Shark Island. In the sea below the ship, the shadow of a huge monster appeared on the sea surface. Chapter 6:17. After defeating the Tigershark pirates, Deepwater City's fleet was reduced to 4 ships. He transferred some of his men from the other 3 ships, and with the help of the captured pirates, he restarted the pirate ship. Soon, the sails of the 4 ships swelled, and they quickly sailed in the direction of Black Shark Island. The Tigershark that he had just subdued also followed closely behind. This Tigershark was too big. Not to mention a shark, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a whale. If it encountered a smaller ship, it would not be surprising if it directly overturned it. Otherwise, the Tigershark pirates would not have relied on him to become a powerful pirate group. Under the guidance of these pirates, the fleet bypassed the channel here, and then headed towards the Southern Sea area. The Southern Sea area was very large, and there were many islands here. It was said that there were at least 10,000 islands of various sizes in this sea area. Because of this sea area had another name, Myriad Islands Sea Area. Tens of thousands of islands were scattered all over this sea area, and because there were so many islands, the sea situation in this area was very complicated. Many pirates regarded this place as their lair. With so many islands, if one did not know the location, it could be said that it was as difficult as ascending to heaven to find the pirate lair. It was said that there was a hidden treasure island among these islands. The entire island was piled up with gold and silver, and all kinds of gems were like gravel. Legend has it that this island could buy the entire world. In the past, countless adventurers and pirates spent a lot of time and energy to collect this treasure island. In the end, most of them returned empty-handed, and many of them directly encountered all kinds of accidents and disappeared in the vast sea. Of course, there were some lucky people. Although they did not find the treasure island, they found other things and became rich. The most famous thing was the Spice Island. The whole island was grown with spices. One must know that the price of spices was not cheaper than white sugar, and it was even more expensive. It was said that in some areas of the northwest of the continent, the price of spices was equivalent to gold. There were also a lot of legends circulating in this sea area, such as the terrifying specter ship, the legendary mermaids, the mysterious and unpredictable ancient ruins, the fountain of youth that made people crazy, and so on. Every year, a large number of people would venture into this place to look for treasures. Black Shark Island was hidden among these tens of thousands of islands, and even the shipwreck harbor was hidden here. Under the leadership of the pirates, the fleet entered this area. The location of the Black Shark Island was very well hidden. After sailing for about half a day, the fleet finally arrived near a small island. The island was covered with lush plants, and there was a tall mountain in the middle of the island. There was nothing special about the island. They continued to drive around the island, and soon Sulen saw a naturally formed bay behind the island. A river slowly flowed out of the bay. Small boats could pass through the river in the bay. There was a small harbor hidden in the bay. The harbor was not big and could only accommodate 3 or 4 ships. The Tigeshark pirates were originally just an inconspicuous group among the countless pirates. After Walton joined, they began to rise. They obtained the leadership position by killing the original leader. After that, they started to divide and recruit other pirates to strengthen themselves. Pirates had no loyalty. They were only interested in benefits. As long as he led them to plunder all kinds of treasures, these pirates would support him. Basically, all the pirates grew in strength this way. The harbor of the Black Shark Island was very simple and crude. There were many pirates guarding this island. As their nest, the pirates still valued it very much. Otherwise, if the enemy came to sneak attack, the large amount of wealth they had accumulated would very likely be in the pocket of the enemy. After seeing the pirate ships escorting the 3 ships back, the pirates guarding the Black Shark Island cheered excitedly. 3 ships, this was definitely a big harvest. Even the pirates guarding the island would receive a considerable amount of income. The pirate guarding the island was the second leader of the Tigeshark pirates. He was also an experienced old pirate. After seeing the ships slowly approaching, his brows slightly wrinkled. He felt that something was wrong. The surrounding pirates had excitedly sent out signals to guide the fleet to the shore. These pirates naturally did not know that the Tigeshark Walton had been beheaded by Sulen. They were thinking of a celebratory feast at night. Neat, how's the harvest this time? A pirate with a scar on his face looked at the bow of the ship. After glancing around, he shouted, "Where's Harlan? That kid still owes me 3 kinnar. How's his harvest this time?" The pirate named Neat on the pirate ship came forward and shouted as if everything was normal, "Harlan, he's going to be rich this time. He's now guarding the loot on the back ship. Our luck today is really good. We just came to the open sea and we met this group of fat sheep." The leader directly commanded the Tigeshark to take back the 3 ships. "We've made a lot of money this time." "Ha, that's good. It seems that you've made a lot of money this time. Next time when we go to the shipwreck harbor, you'll treat us." The pirate patted his chest and said, "Of course." Soon the pirate ship stopped at the edge of the harbor. At this time, the second leader of the pirates who stayed behind suddenly had a thought. "No, the mood is not right." In the past, when the pirate ships returned from plundering, they were all cheering for fear that others would not know that they had robbed the goods. Why is it so quiet this time? Not good, they're the enemy. The second leader reacted instantly. He directly pulled out his weapon and shouted, "Pick up your weapons, they're the enemy." Just as the second leader of the pirates shouted, the surrounding pirates did not have time to react. The ships that were docking suddenly shot a rain of arrows, directly turning the pirates on the shore into hedgehogs. Then a large number of deep-water cities' navy jumped off the ship and directly rushed to the other pirates on the shore. The Tigershark Walton has been beheaded. Everyone who surrenders will be spared. The deep-water cities' navy and the surrendered pirates attacked while shouting loudly. The remaining pirates were caught off guard and were killed in large numbers. After a burst of swordlight, many pirates were beaten to the point that they could not fight back. The death of the Tigershark Walton shocked them. Coupled with the sneak attack, the pirates on the battlefield were defeated at an astonishing speed. Sulen jumped off the deck and looked at the defeated pirates. He then shouted, "The Walton has been executed. Those who surrender will be interviewed. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. Those who surrender will be spared. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. Those who surrender will be spared. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. Those who surrender will be spared. Those who resist will be killed without mercy." Countless Marines shouted, and a fierce aura rose from their bodies. The pirates on Black Shark Island were so scared that their faces turned pale. Their legs trembled, and they no longer had their previous fierceness. Clang! A soft sound came. Not far away, a pirate's scimitar fell to the ground. He then knelt on the ground with a plop. This sound seemed to be a signal. The surrounding pirates also threw away their weapons. Then, one by one, they knelt on the ground like dominoes. Some of the pirates who were unwilling to surrender had a change in expression. They turned around and wanted to escape without thinking. But before they could run a few steps, lightning suddenly fell from the sky and struck them into charcoal. Soon, the entire Black Shark Island fell into Sullen's hands. This time, more than 100 pirates left on Black Shark Island. Except for those who were killed at the beginning and those who fled after seeing the situation turn bad, the remaining 60 to 70 surrendered. All the pirates were gathered and interrogated. They were asked to confess all the treasures buried on Black Shark Island. In order to prevent them from colluding, Barbassa separated all the pirates for interrogation. At the same time, Sulen led a few other pirates to the place where Walton buried the treasures. The place where Walton buried the treasures was very hidden. Every time Walton finished robbing, he would distribute the treasures to all the pirates according to their contributions. As the leader, he alone would get 30%. Every time he obtained a treasure, Walton would hide it in a cave. This cave was very strange. The entrance was under the sea. The sea was very deep and there were many undercurrents around it. If one was not careful, one would be sucked into it. The passage to the cave was very long. Even the pirates with the best swimming skills were not sure if they could enter. Only Walton could enter by hiding in the mouth of a tiger shark. Even if the other pirates knew the location of the treasure, they could only look at it and sigh. There was nothing they could do. Moreover, there were sharks wandering outside the treasure vault. These sharks had been tamed by Walton. They would attack all creatures that came close. After coming to a beach, a few pirates pointed at the sea not far away and said, "Sir, Walton's treasure is hidden here." However, the environment below is very bad. Not only are there undercurrents, but there are also sharks. We can't get close. But it's not difficult for you. You just have to let the tiger shark bring you in. Can't get close? Don't worry, it's not a problem for me. Sulen snorted. Then, a light flashed from his body. Underwater breathing. Water elemental technique. 2 lights rose from their bodies. Then, under Sullen's lead, they entered the sea. After using the water elemental technique and water elemental technique, their movements in the water were not restricted. Moreover, their movement speed was very fast. After adapting to the surrounding environment, Hathaway directed them to move deeper into the sea. As they went deeper, the sea became darker. They continued to move forward along the passage under the sea. At this time, a few black shadows swam toward them. Chapter 6:18. The black shadows continued to approach. In just a few breaths' time, they appeared not far away. In the dim seawater, these ferocious sharks could be seen clearly. Their sharp, dagger-like teeth gleamed with a cold light. A trace of panic flashed across the eyes of the people who were moving in the seawater. Although they were blessed with underwater breathing and water travel, their combat power in the water was still inferior to those sharks. Now they were in this sea passage. The faces of these ordinary pirates changed drastically when they suddenly encountered these sharks. Dominate the monsters. A flash of light flashed from Sullen's body. The aggressive sharks instantly stopped moving forward and became monsters under Sullen's control in the next second. With more than a dozen sharks, Sulen continued to lead everyone to the treasure cave. After swimming for a few more minutes, they finally reached the end of the seawater passage. A ray of light shone through the dark seawater. After seeing the light, everyone floated up. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at a cave. Above the cave, more than a dozen luminous pearls were inlaid. These luminous pearls quietly scattered soft light around the cave. Through this weak light, Sulen could clearly see the entire cave. This cave was wrapped in rock and was very hard and sturdy. The space inside was very large. Sulen casually looked around and found that this place was at least 1,000 square meters. This was incredible. In this cave, more than a dozen boxes were piled up. Sulen waved at a pirate next to him and asked him to open the boxes. Very quickly, the pirate walked over in high spirits. Picking up his scimitar, he cut off the rusty lock on the chest. Crack. With a soft sound, the lock was directly cut off. Next, the pirate grabbed the box and opened it. Sulen only saw a flash of golden light in front of his eyes. All kinds of gold, silver, and jewelry in the box appeared in front of him. Then, the pirate waved his scimitar and passed through the boxes quickly. With a swing of his scimitar, more than a dozen boxes' locks were cut off. Boxes of gold appeared in front of everyone. For a moment, the entire cave was illuminated by these golden lights. Sulen came closer to check. Among these boxes, some were filled with gold and various gold products, while others were filled with various gems. The value of this treasure was at least over 1 million. After a simple check, Sulen waved his hand and stored the treasures into his storage space. He then began to search around the cave. After confirming that nothing had happened, Sulen left the space and returned to the Black Shark Island. By the time Sulen returned, the spoils of war on Shark Island had almost been cleaned up. Sulen came to the hall built by the pirates, took a simple rest, and ate something. After a while, Barbassa walked over like Sulen. After putting down the food, Sulen picked up the teacup and took a sip. He then looked up at Barbossa and asked slowly, "Is the celebration over?" "Your Majesty, it's done." Barbassa bowed slightly to Sulen and said, 2 boxes of gold and jewelry were found in the treasure house on the island. The places that other pirates told us to search have been searched. Basically, all the places with hidden compartments have been searched. There are a lot of goods in the warehouse, but they need to be transported out. The total value should be about 130,000 kinnar. Among them, there are about 80,000 gold coins that can be spent directly. The rest are all valuable goods. Sulen nodded. This time, the fleet obtained a lot of gold from occupying Black Shark Island. He was going to take out a part of it as a reward. Soon, Sulen finished calculating in his mind. He then ordered, "Reward everyone who participated in the battle with 15 kinnar. Let them eat as much as they want, but no one is allowed to drink. Arrange some people to take turns to stand guard. Make an inventory of the goods that are easy to get rid of. Take a few thousand gold nars with you and bring a group of people to the hot spring port tomorrow morning to get rid of all the goods. Make sure to erase all the markings on the goods and sell them to the city as soon as possible. Even if the price is low, that's fine. After that, start recruiting people. Leave behind some money from the sale of the goods. It should be enough for you to recruit a group of outlaws. We won't stay here for too long. Next, we need to go to the shipwreck port. Let the pirates recover as soon as possible, and then control them as soon as possible. Okay, you go do your work. Sulen finished the simple assignment and then left in a hurry. After all, there were only a few literate people in this world. After all, many people didn't even have enough to eat. There were many good fighters among the pirates, but there were not many who could read or learn. After all, in this era, the price to learn was not small. Barbassa's level of education was not bad. Barbassa used to be a worker in a bookstore. He was better than other pirates in knowledge, trade, and management. When he was a worker in the bookstore, Barbassa secretly learned a lot of knowledge. North Town City. As time passed, the population kept increasing. North Town City became more and more lively. Caravans from all over the world came in an endless stream. The route to Deepwater City also became busier. The few towns along the way were the strongholds of North Town City. As the embroidered uniform guard continued to grow, a lot of information was sent by the embroidered uniform guard at the same time. Information from the surrounding countries was also collected. The situation in the desert was not right. It seemed that the caravan route was occupied by the Ottomans. The desert was in chaos during this time. It seemed that a powerful monster ran out of a ruin in the desert. The appearance of this monster made the surrounding desert very chaotic. At the same time, there seemed to be traces of devils in some of the cities of the southern kings. Compared to the simple violence of the devils liked to use contracts. They liked to hide in the dark and scheme against the humans. The arrival of the elemental tide had changed the whole continent. Black Shark Island. A few ships slowly docked, and then a group of soldiers came down. In addition to these soldiers, there were also many people who came here. These people were the pirates recruited by Barbassa. After staying on Black Shark Island for 2 days, Sulen let Barbassa continue to lead the fleet. This time, their target was the shipwreck port. The one-eyed man who robbed his fleet recently sold his stolen goods here. Chapter 6:19. On Black Shark Island, Sulen disposed of all the goods that were not easy to transport at a low price, and then asked Barbossa to recruit some sailors to add to the ships. Finally, the number of people on the 4 ships was complete. The pirates who had surrendered were all scattered and assigned to the 4 ships. Although these pirates were very respectful and obedient, and the pirate tradition was that the strong preyed on the weak, Sulen did not fully believe them. Who knew if these guys would rebel at a critical moment, so it was best to scatter them all to different places. Sulen stood on the bow of the warship, overlooking the entire port. Now the fleet of Deepwater City had reached more than 600 people. Barbossa stood respectfully behind him, and there were several brave and promoted Marines next to him. These people would be assigned to other ships as captains or first officers. The materials on Black Shark Island were all disposed of, and some of the kinnar had been given to everyone as a reward. The rest was kept in the storage space by Sulen. Next, it was time to deal with One-Eyed Pirate. You dare to rob my ship, this time I must make you spit it out with interest. Let's go. Sulen directly waved his hand and ordered. The 4 ships immediately put away their anchors, raised their sails, and began to sail slowly. While Barbassa was recruiting sailors, he also inquired about information regarding the One-Eyed Pirates in the surrounding ports. During this time, One-Eyed Pirate did not continue to commit crimes. He should be dealing with the looted materials. In addition to the news of One-Eyed Pirate, Barbossa also collected information about Shipwreck Port. Everything was normal in Shipwreck Port during this time. Now the pirate king in Shipwreck Port was Redbeard. He was a dragonborn sea giant. Originally, he was just a mixed-blood sea giant. Although his strength was good, he did not reach the level of a pirate king. But when he went out to sea to rob again, his ship encountered a storm and the whole ship sank in the storm. Because he had the blood of a sea giant, he escaped. But he was also washed to an unknown island by the sea. It had to be said that this pirate king's luck was really good. After a series of setbacks, the dragon vein in his body actually awakened. He became a dragon-born sea giant. After awakening the dragon bloodline, the strength of the dragon-born sea giant increased greatly. Then, it rose rapidly like a comet. In a short 10 years, it became the overlord of the southern sea region. The dragon-born sea giant had many pirates under him, including humans, lizard men, murlocs, and many other races. It could be said that he was one of the strongest pirate kings in the southern seas. There were a total of 7 pirate kings in the southern waters. These pirate kings had different backgrounds. One of them was said to have the shadow of the sea church behind him. Another pirate king had the shadow of the merfolk behind him. There were also the shadows of the human kingdom, the Amazons, the Dagon church, and the wizards. Although the pirate kings were powerful, they were inextricably linked with the various forces around them. If Sulen wanted to make a move in the shipwreck harbor, then he would have to face the power of the dragonborn sea giant, the pirate king. The northern battlefront city was very famous in the north, but it was very common in the south. After all, it was too far away. But if Sulen directly defeated a pirate king this time, then other pirates would have to consider whether they could bear the anger of the Deepwater City before robbing the ships of the Deepwater City. The fleet slowly sailed south under the command of Barbassa. The location of the shipwreck harbor was very hidden. A day passed quickly, and the ships of the Deepwater City finally entered the shipwreck harbor. There were hundreds of large and small islands around the shipwreck harbor. The shipwreck harbor was the largest smuggling harbor in this sea region. Most of the pirates in the southern seas sold their stolen goods here, including the one-eyed dragon pirates. This time, Sulen's target was very clear. It was the one-eyed dragon pirates. At the shipwreck harbor, dozens of pirate ships gathered here. Compared to this place, the simple harbor of the Deepwater port was simply unsightly. Sulen stood at the bow of the ship and looked at the pirate ships in the harbor. These pirate ships in front of him were full of all kinds of flags. Sulen did not make a move directly. Instead, he asked people to dock the ships. Soon, the 4 ships were docked in a relatively remote location. Barbassa took people ashore and began to look for the one-eyed dragon pirates. The one-eyed dragon was still very famous in the southern seas. After all, he was second only to the pirate kings. Sulen waited on the ship for about 3 hours before Barbassa finally returned. "Found the one-eyed dragon?" Sulen asked directly. Barbassa nodded. "Found him, Your Majesty. The one-eyed dragon pirates have just disposed of the goods and are now buying supplies. It won't be long before they set sail." "Then wait for him outside the harbor," Sulen said in a deep voice. "Yes, Your Majesty." The 4 ships quickly set sail again and then came near the shipwreck harbor. He did not have to wait for long. Soon, a fleet of 6 pirate ships slowly sailed out of the harbor. This fleet was the one-eyed dragon pirates that robbed the Deepwater City's fleet. The one-eyed dragon pirate ship originally had 6 ships. After robbing the Deepwater City's fleet, they directly owned 9 ships. The remaining 3 ships were still being repaired in their nest. After seeing the one-eyed dragon pirate ship appear, Sulen directly appeared on the high platform. His eyes coldly looked at the fleet not far away, and then said in a deep voice, "Warriors, the time for revenge has come. Pick up your weapons and kill them. Victory belongs to us. Victory belongs to us. Do it." With Sulen's order, the 4 ships immediately rushed toward the one-eyed dragon pirate ship. At the same time, in the sea, a huge shadow was moving quickly. A tiger shark of more than 20 meters long was approaching from the bottom of the sea. In the distance, the one-eyed dragon pirate ship, who was happily preparing to return to their nest, did not care that it was a ship on the sea. Although they saw 4 ships rushing toward them as soon as they left the harbor, the one-eyed dragon pirate ship was not too vigilant because they were in the shipwreck harbor area. After all, fighting was prohibited in this area. No one dared to disobey the orders of the 7 pirate kings, but they obviously miscalculated. This time, their opponents were not pirates. It was not until the ships in the deepwater port were only 200 or 300 meters away from them that the one-eyed dragon pirate ship reacted. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Full rudder to the port! Everyone, pick up your weapons and get ready to fight. Seeing that the 4 ships did not slow down at all, the one-eyed dragon pirate ship immediately realized that the situation was not right. He immediately ordered the pirates to get ready to fight, but unfortunately, it was too late. Chapter 620. Su Len sneered as he looked at the pirate ship not far away. A huge shadow quickly appeared in the sea. Before the pirates who had just picked up their weapons could see it clearly, they felt the ship under their feet suddenly shake violently. Then, the entire ship shook violently. Many unprepared pirates fell from the ship into the sea and were swallowed by the tiger sharks in the sea. Not good. It's a sea monster. Grab the ropes. The sea monster is coming. Where's the ballista? Take the ballista and shoot. Hold on. Hold on. The tiger sharks hit the pirate ship a few times in a row. Under the impact, the pirate ship shook back and forth, as if it would be knocked over in the next second. It's the tiger sharks, they're from the tiger shark pirate group. One of the pirates saw the monster in the sea clearly and quickly shouted. Tiger shark pirate group. How dare they attack us? One-eyed dragon's face was ferocious as he pulled out the scimitar in his hand. Everyone, get ready to fight. Kill all these guys who dare to attack us. Barbossa commanded the ship to move forward. After seeing the pirate ship's slow reaction, he immediately shouted, full rudder to the left. Prepare the ballista. Fire. Bang bang bang. Dozens of arrows flew out with ropes attached to them. The spears that were more than 3 meters long directly pierced through the deck and ruthlessly pierced into it. The ship that was turning was pulled by dozens of ropes and instantly stopped moving. At the same time, on the other side of the ropes, capstans were stirring vigorously. The distance between the 2 ships was quickly shortened. Archers, get ready. 45 degrees, fire in unison. Fire. Buzz. With a buzzing sound, hundreds of arrows instantly flew up and enveloped the pirate ship. A large number of pirates were pierced by the arrows that fell from the sky. After 3 rounds of arrows, the deck was in a mess. Dozens of pirates who could not dodge in time were directly nailed to the deck. Prepare to jump ship and fight. After 3 rounds of arrow rain, Barbossa directly pulled out the long sword at his waist. Then, he grabbed a rope and swung toward the ship not far away. After 3 rounds of arrow rain, the pirates suffered heavy casualties. They were simply unable to stop the enemy from jumping ship and fighting. Su Len had also blessed the army with all kinds of buffs at the start of the battle. These soldiers were full of vigor, and the pirates of the one-eyed dragon pirates weren't their match. After being enchanted, the Navy's weapons were all equivalent to transcendent rank 1 or rank 2 weapons. Facing the ordinary weapons of the pirates, their scimitars were directly cut in half. Deepwater City's navy was very fast. Under the effect of greater haste, these people were like ghosts. Every time their blades flashed, an enemy would fall. The same scene played out on the other pirate ships. Although Deepwater City's navy had fewer ships, they still had the upper hand with the support of arrows and spells. As the leader of the one-eyed dragon pirate ship, One-Eyed Sean had an ugly expression on his face. His men were losing ground on the battlefield. Just as he was about to lead his men to charge forward, a cold voice suddenly sounded in his ears. You're One-Eyed Sean. Who is it? Shaoan's expression changed drastically, and he subconsciously swept the long saber in his hand in the direction of the voice. Clang! The sound of metal colliding was heard, and Sean's palm was slightly numb. Although he hadn't attacked with his full strength just now, his strength wasn't weak at all. However, the result was that his wrist was slightly numb. Looks like it really is you. Sullen's palm exerted force, and the thunder god's spear instantly burst out with dazzling lightning. One-Eyed Sean was directly wrapped in lightning, and he lost control of his body in an instant. Streaks of lightning quickly flashed around, and the surrounding enemies were instantly hit by the lightning. The powerful lightning swept across, and the pirates with weaker physiques were directly burned to charcoal. Only a few pirates managed to survive. Since he had already made his move, Sulen gently waved the thunder god's spear in his hand. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds, and countless lightning snakes kept rolling in the dark clouds. The thunderclouds kept rolling, and the whole sky seemed to be destroyed. The next second, countless lightning bolts fell from the sky, and these lightning bolts instantly hit the pirates who were resisting on the pirate ship. The powerful lightning power directly paralyzed the pirates and made them unable to move. The surrounding navy immediately seized the opportunity and directly beheaded the pirates with their long sabers. It only took a few minutes for several pirate ships to be cleared out, and a strong smell of blood came from the air. At the same time, the battle on the sea attracted the attention of the shipwreck harbor. After a while, more than a dozen ships appeared on the sea, and they formed an arc to surround the fleet of Deepwater City. Sulen glanced at the ships, and then let Barbassa clean up the battlefield. Soon, the pirates who saw that the situation was not good and surrendered were escorted over. Sulen sat on a wooden barrel on the deck, and his eyes swept over the captives. Although a large number of enemies were killed in the battle just now, there were still many pirates alive. All the pirates knelt on the deck, trembling with fear. These pirates were completely stunned. From the beginning of the battle, there had been several waves of arrow rain, and then jumping to fight. These pirates were completely powerless to resist and were killed like vegetables. In the end, Sulen directly summoned a group lightning spell to clear out the pirates. From the beginning to the end of the battle, less than half an hour, all the battles were over. The strength of these pirates was not high. Most of them were around Tier 1, and only a few of the leaders were Tier 2. Only the leader, One-Eyed Sean, had reached Tier 4. However, even a Tier 4 powerhouse was not much stronger than a goblin when facing Sulen. With the divine weapon, Thor's spear, coupled with a profession level of over level 30, he could defeat the enemy with just a flick of his finger. Do any of you know where One-Eyed Sean's lair is? Sulen looked at the captives in front of him and asked. Sir, I know. Sir, Sean. Bah, I know his lair. It's on Poison Dragon Island. Where is Poison Dragon Island? Sulen asked in a deep voice. There were tens of thousands of small islands in the Southern Sea. Most of these islands did not have names, and they did not even have numbers. For example, Poison Dragon Island should be what they called it in private. If there was no familiar person leading the way, it would be impossible to find this island. Poison Dragon Island is about 300 nautical miles away from Shipwreck Harbor. It's a small island, one of the pirate captives said. Very good. I'll give you a chance. Those who submit to me will be free. Sulen glanced at them and said, You should feel lucky that you didn't die on the battlefield just now. Alright, I'll give you 30 seconds to consider. If you haven't made a choice by then, there's no need to choose. Chapter 621. After defeating the one-eyed pirate, most of the captured pirates chose to surrender, and some of the injured pirates were directly dealt with. 6 pirate ships. If he killed all the pirates, who would help him sail the ships? After accepting the surrender of a large number of pirates and taking control of all 6 pirate ships, Sulen looked at the one-eyed Sean on the deck next to him. At this time, the one-eyed Sean looked a little miserable. The power of thunder just now had caused a lot of damage to him. The powerful electric current had electrocuted many parts of his body into charcoal. If it weren't for the fact that the body of a level 4 warrior was strong enough, such serious injuries would have killed him. Although the warrior was the most popular profession with the lowest threshold, it didn't mean that this profession was useless. The body of a legendary warrior was so strong that he could bathe in magma. Even if his heart was pierced, his strong muscles could forcibly close the wound. If he could find a high-grade priest or wizard as soon as possible to cast a high-grade healing spell or a high-grade light of redemption on him, such fatal injuries could be quickly healed. Even without the help of a wizard or a priest, the powerful vitality of a legendary warrior would still continue to fight for a few minutes before dying. Although the one-eyed Sean looked miserable now, if he was given some time, he would soon be alive and kicking again. However, it was clear that Su Len didn't intend to give him this opportunity. Bring him here. The two guards behind him stepped forward and dragged the unconscious one-eyed Sean over. Wake him up. A marine lifted a bucket of seawater from the sea and poured it directly on his face. Whoosh. The pain from the wound caused the one-eyed Sean to wake up from his coma. Are you awake? Su Len looked at the battered and exhausted Sean and said in a deep voice. Who are you? I don't think I have offended you. Sean shook his head and looked at Su Len with his one eye. You didn't offend me. It seems that one-eyed Sean's memory is not very good. Su Len sneered and continued, not long ago, the goods you dealt with were mine, and you say you didn't offend me? You are from Deepwater City. Sean's eyes turned cold when he heard Sullen's words, and his heart sank. Looks like you still remember. Su Len sneered, now that you know who I am, tell me the truth. Who did you sell my goods to? And how did you know that my fleet would pass by the Norman Islands? How did you set up an ambush there in advance? Ha ha ha, you captured me just to ask me this? Xiao En laughed heartily, ignoring the stinging pain from his wounds. Cough cough. After a while, Xiao En finally stopped panting. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you planning to fight it head-on? As long as you answer my questions honestly, I'll give you a quick death. Su Len looked at the pirate leader in front of him and scanned him up and down. Speak. Why don't you speak? Then he looked at Su Len with a mocking expression. I dare say that you dare to go and settle the score with them. Your goods have been sold by me. The buyer is in the shipwreck harbor. He has the white gloves of the dragonborn sea giant. Do you dare to go? Xiao En struggled to say, and then he was suppressed by the two guards. Dragonborn sea giant, I see. Now, the second question. How did you know the sailing route of my fleet? Su Len said expressionlessly. That's simple. Someone told me. Xiao En said with a smile. Someone sent me the message when your fleet left the harbor that day. How do you think I know? Sullen's face darkened. Although he had suspected that there was a mole in the fleet, now he finally confirmed it. Why did you attack my fleet? Su Len continued to ask. It's simple. Someone doesn't want to see Deepwater City develop. Xiao En didn't hide anything and directly told him what he knew. Someone has taken a fancy to the specialties of Deepwater City, so they want to monopolize it. I'm just their pawn. Even if you can catch me and kill me, so what? You still can't keep your wealth. You don't even have the courage to take revenge. You want to monopolize the resources of Deepwater City? Su Len frowned slightly. This result surprised him. You don't understand. You have to know that you produce sugar, honey, rum, perfume, and paper. These things are in high demand in the southern seas. They can be sold for a high price. How can no one be jealous of such a huge profit? Sure enough, money moves people. Su Len nodded and continued, didn't you want me to find trouble with those people? Tell me, who is behind this? The people behind this are very simple. They are the nobles of the Netherland Kingdom. You sent the goods here to sell. They want more, so they are ready to control the supply of goods in their hands. Of course, there is also the work of the Dragonborn Pirate King. These pirate kings cooperate with the surrounding countries and make a fortune together. You think they are opposing each other, but in fact, the pirate kings are inextricably linked with the surrounding big forces. How about it? Do you dare to take revenge? Ha! Cough cough. Xiao En laughed at Su Len and then couldn't help but cough. That's it. Sulen shook his head slightly. That's what you're relying on? That's it. Shaoan looked at Sulen in surprise. You don't think that I dare to fight you directly here because I don't know the ban here, do you? Sulen glanced at him and said, to be honest, I don't care about that dragonborn pirate king at all. Since he is also one of the people behind this robbery, let's take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of him once and for all. Sulen curled his lips and said. Get rid of the pirate king. Shaoan's brain couldn't react. Well, the matter is over. What's the use of buying it? Kill him. Sulen waved his hand at the two guards. Wait, you don't want the treasure I hid. Before he could finish, a guard beside him pierced his heart with his sword from the back. Shaoan's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that Sulen didn't even ask about his treasure and killed him directly. As the long sword was pulled out, Shaoan's body trembled slightly twice. Bright red blood spurted out from the wound, and the light in his eyes dimmed in an instant. Sulen naturally wanted the one-eyed man's treasure, but the one-eyed man would definitely not tell the truth, so Sulen planned to use a simpler method, which was to let Hathaway use a prophecy spell to find the treasure. As there were already enough clues, this kind of prophecy spell didn't need to pay any price, and it wouldn't cause any backlash. P.S. Recommend a friend's book, The Reborn Prince Charming Starts Making Games. He was reborn in 2000, made a dating game, bought Tencent at the beginning, and had a single female lead. Chapter 622. Sir, there are pirates approaching us. They have crossed the warning distance. At this moment, a soldier hurriedly came to report. Sulen looked at the sea not far away. He saw more than a dozen pirate ships on the sea rushing here aggressively, and all the pirate ships had raised their flags. It was obvious that they were going to attack. These pirate ships all belonged to the Dragonborn Pirate King. Several pirate kings took turns to be in charge of Shipwreck Harbor. During this period, the Dragonborn Pirate King was in charge. Now Sulen directly attacked another pirate outside Shipwreck Harbor. This completely disregarded the Pirate King's ban. The Pirate King naturally would not let it go. Without any shouting, the pirates directly launched an attack. The Pirate King hated Sulen's behavior of breaking the rules. This was contempt of their authority. If these people were not dealt with as soon as possible, their so-called ban would become a piece of paper. This was not a situation they would allow. The largest of these pirate ships was a large warship that was 70 meters long. At the front of the warship was a dragon head ram. This ship was not modified from an armed merchant ship like the other pirate ships. Instead, it was a warship, and even among warships, it was a big guy. On this dragon head warship, the Dragonborn Pirate King was staring coldly at Sulen's fleet. There was a trace of coldness in his eyes. He was a hybrid giant monster. He had half sea giant blood and the other half human blood. However, the human blood was mixed with dragon blood. After awakening the dragon blood, he had become a dragonborn sea giant. Because of the dragon blood, there was a layer of dragon scales on the surface of his body. Even his palms had a dragon-like appearance. There was also a group of strange-looking dragonborn around him. These dragonborn were the products of some Euron creatures he hunted for dragon blood baptism. It was not only the blood of pure-blooded dragons that could be used for dragon blood baptism. Euron blood could also be used. However, the attribute bonus obtained from Euron blood baptism was far less than that of pure-blooded dragons. However, if there were many baptisms, the attribute bonus obtained from Euron blood baptism was still very good. In addition to these strange-looking dragonborn, there were also some sea creatures, such as quatones, sharkmen, and so on. The Draconic Pirate King put down his alchemy binoculars and ordered, attack with full force, leave no survivors. Kill all these bastards who dare to violate the pirate code. The Dragonborn Pirate King said as he picked up a huge battle-axe. This battle-axe was more than 2 meters long and weighed at least a few hundred pounds. This kind of heavy weapon was difficult for even barbarians to use, but in his hand, it was as easy as a one-handed axe. The dragonborn pirate king was more than 3 meters tall. Because of the awakening of the dragon blood, his strength had increased. At the same time, he also had a part of the giant's bloodline. The giant subspecies' strength was already high. Su Len speculated that his strength was likely to exceed 35 points, or even 40 points. His dragon bloodline had toughened his skin, greatly increasing his defense and various other resistances. The layer of scales on his body allowed him to have a defense equivalent to iron armor even without wearing armor. Coupled with the heavy weapon he used, this weapon could completely suppress any opponent in melee combat. Even a Tier 4 warrior would be heavily injured if not killed. Moreover, the dragonborn pirate king was not only a warrior. Because of the awakening of the dragon bloodline, he also had some magic abilities. At the same time, having the sea giant's bloodline gave him a part of the sea giant's strength. In the southern sea, the dragonborn pirate king might not be the strongest pirate king, but he was definitely the strongest pirate king. Quatones and shark men, go to the sea. The dragonborn pirate king directly ordered after seeing the huge shadow of the tiger shark in the sea. Quatones and shark men immediately jumped into the sea. Their role was to restrain the tiger shark. Although these fishmen were not a match for the tiger shark, it would not be easy for the tiger shark to kill them. These sea creatures were very flexible in the sea, and with cooperation, the tiger shark was not easy to deal with. Summon my pet, let the fishmen cooperate with it to get rid of the tiger shark. Woo woo woo. A low conch horn sounded, and the sound of the conch spread quickly. Soon, a huge shadow appeared from the bottom of the sea. It was a giant octopus. In terms of size, it was not smaller than Sullen's tiger shark, and it was even bigger. With the appearance of this sea monster, the Quatones and shark men sneered and dove into the sea. It seems that this pirate king is quite strong. Su Len saw the sea monster at a glance. It would not be easy to determine the winner between these two giant sea monsters. However, the octopus had a helper, and Su Len naturally could not let his tiger shark suffer. With a wave of his hand, a few spells directly covered the tiger shark's body, and its strength instantly increased by a lot. Go, kill all those monsters and fishmen. The tiger shark shook its tail and quickly rushed towards the giant octopus. The dragonborn pirate king did not underestimate Su Len at all. The fact that he could kill the one-eyed dragon in such a short time was enough to prove how strong Su Len was. Open the cabin and release the bloodthirsty bats. The bloodthirsty bats were creatures transformed by the dragonborn pirate king using some evil spells. They were mutated bats that lived on the island. They were ferocious and were even larger than an adult. After being transformed by the dragonborn pirate king, these bats were even larger and more bloodthirsty. With the pirate king's order, more than a dozen ships immediately opened the special cabins on the ships, and huge bats quickly flew out of the cabins. Hundreds of bloodthirsty bats gathered together and quickly flew towards Sullen's fleet. Flying monsters. You want to compete with Northern Battlefront City in the Air Force? Su Len sneered, and then a powerful energy rushed out of his body in an instant, and this energy quickly formed a runic circle. In the name of my Su Len, show yourself, my mount. The hexagram circle shone with a dazzling light, and then a spatial rift was directly torn open. The next second, a huge figure with a ferocious appearance appeared in midair. Then there was a sound of cold air being sucked in, and the figure of the red dragon Onyxvia appeared in front of them. As soon as it appeared, Onyxvia spread its huge dragon wings and flew up. A loud dragon roar resounded through the sea, and its body circled in midair. Chapter 623. As soon as the adult red dragon appeared on the battlefield, a powerful dragon aura spread out. Many pirates who were not strong enough directly collapsed on the deck under this pressure. Ordinary people could not resist the dragon's aura at all. Only a small number of pirates could resist this interference. The bloodthirsty bats that were originally rushing over were also affected by the dragon's aura and became a little stagnant. Master, is this the sea? Onyx Vaya looked around and was a little excited. This was the first time she saw the sea. In the fire elemental plane, she had only seen the magma sea at most. She only knew about the sea in the dragon's inheritance. It's the sea. Sulen smiled slightly. Aren't you an adult? Sleep every day, move around, go and shoot down those big bats for me. Onyx Vaya glanced at the bloodthirsty bats not far away, then roared excitedly, I was just thinking about moving around. The dragon's huge body circled slightly, then its huge dragon wings flapped, and it rushed toward those big bats like a whirlwind. The battle could be said to be a one-sided massacre. Creatures like dragons were almost the overlords of the sky. Although those bloodthirsty bats were numerous and strong, they did not have the advantage in size or strength. Even the claws of these big bats could not even pierce the dragon's scales. With a dragon breath of the red dragon, these bloodthirsty bats were directly burned into charcoal, and then fell from the sky one after another. In the blink of an eye, all the bloodthirsty bats in the sky were killed. On the other side, when the dragon descendant pirate king saw the sudden appearance of the dragon, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Then the dragon killed all the bloodthirsty bats that had just been released. Even after eliminating those bloodthirsty bats, the dragon dived toward a pirate ship next to it. The pirates on the pirate ship were scared and hid everywhere. Many pirates even jumped directly into the sea. Boom! The scorching flame dragon blood instantly hit the pirate ship. The 40-meter-long sailboat instantly turned into a big fire torch. The whole ship was ignited by the dragon's breath. The pirates on the ship who had no time to escape were directly burned into charcoal. The whole sea was illuminated red by this flame. As soon as the battle began, the pirates had already burned down a ship. This is, evil dragon. Not good, it's flying over. Run! Many pirates were so frightened by the sudden appearance of the dragon that their teeth chattered. When these ferocious pirates saw a powerful pirate ship being destroyed in just a breath, their confidence was completely shattered. Don't be afraid, quickly rush to the enemy. The dragon descendant pirate king saw that his subordinates were about to collapse and immediately shouted. Hurry up and get close. As long as we get close to those people's boats, the dragons won't be able to attack. Don't even think about running away. No matter how fast a ship can run, can it compare to a dragon's wings? The faster you run, the faster you die. Hurry, hurry, hurry. This dragon was summoned by the other side and has a time limit. As long as we survive the time limit, the dragon will leave immediately. This is our only chance to survive. It had to be said that the dragon descendant pirate king had a high prestige on the island. In this case, the pirates subconsciously followed the orders of the dragon descendant pirate king and rushed towards Sullen's fleet. The dragon descendant pirate king's approach was right. Escaping in this situation was courting death. Only by rushing up to Sullen's fleet and fighting hand to hand, the dragon could not use dragon's breath. In order not to accidentally injure Sullen's fleet, the dragon basically could not attack. Seeing the pirate ships rushing up, Sulen smiled slightly and waved the thunder god's spear in his hand gently. A flash of light instantly flashed from his body. In the next second, a large amount of seawater suddenly rose from the sea. The seawater poured down in all directions, and a behemoth rose from the sea. It was Sullen's magic ship Angry Dragon. What kind of monster is this? This is a magic ship. Not good, dodge. It's too late. The pirates who wanted to rush up and fight looked at the magic ship in horror. As soon as the magic ship appeared, it quickly moved. The terrifying ram flashed with a cold light, and the huge hull quickly collided with the pirate ship in front. Rumble. There was a loud noise, and a large amount of wood chips flew. The pirate ship that was sailing quickly was directly hit in two by the angry dragon. A large number of pirates panicked and wanted to jump off the ship. Unfortunately, the pirate ship sank very quickly. Before these pirates could swim out of the range, a large whirlpool swallowed them all. The appearance of the angry dragon and the red dragon raised the morale of the Deepwater City Navy. Even the sailors who had just joined the Deepwater City Navy were excited. Originally, these people were trembling and pale after seeing the Pirate King's flag, but now it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. There was a burst of cheers. Barbossa jumped directly on the mast, his whole face flushed red. An uncontrollable excitement came from his body. The long sword in his hand pointed at the pirate ship not far away and roared, "Charge! Kill these pirates! Destroy these trash! Long live the North Wind Kingdom! Kill these pirates! Long live the North Wind Kingdom! Charge!" The Deepwater City Navy all roared at this moment, and the deafening sound echoed on the sea. All the ships launched a charge and rushed in the direction of the pirate ship without hesitation. With the help of the Red Dragon and the magic ship, the morale of the Deepwater City Navy was greatly boosted. On the contrary, the morale of the pirates led by the Pirate King, which had just risen, fell instantly. Facing a situation where they were bound to lose, not many of these pirates could still rush up to fight without hesitation. After the angry dragon sank a pirate ship, it began to show its power. The ballistae on the ship that had been loaded immediately fired. These ballistae were very powerful, and they were nailed to the surrounding ships in an instant. In the next second, there was a flash of light on the angry dragon, and a flame appeared. The flame rushed up like a fire dragon and directly ignited the ship. This special oil was mixed by wizards, and it would burn for a long time if it stuck on it. Soon, these flames spread quickly on the ship. The pirate ship could not resist such an attack at all. Some of the pirates tried to use seawater to extinguish the flames, but after the seawater was poured, the flames did not extinguish at all. Instead, they burned on the seawater and spread to the surroundings. Soon, the entire pirate ship was ablaze. Chapter 624. We can't wait any longer. The Dragonborn Pirate King saw that the situation was getting worse and his expression was extremely unsightly. He originally thought that it was just an ordinary pirate infighting, that this trip would be easy and comfortable, and that he could even make a fortune. But in the end, he discovered that this wasn't the case at all. The prey they regarded as prey had turned into a dragon in an instant, and it was a real dragon. Such a big dragon was happily flying around in the air. The entire fleet was in complete chaos. Fire crystal cannons ready. Target that magic ship. On the dragon-headed warship, the fire crystal cannons were pushed out by the pirates and quickly aimed at the angry dragon, which was attacking another pirate ship not far away. Fire! Boom! 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 Continuous cannon fire was launched at this moment. Flames flashed from the muzzles and the hot shells quickly smashed towards the angry dragon. Just as they were about to hit the angry dragon, the shells instantly stopped in midair and could no longer descend. A faintly discernible energy barrier appeared under the shells and firmly blocked them. Activate ropes. Ropes that looked like tentacles flew up in an instant and wrapped around the cannonballs in midair. Then, they swung back and forth twice before throwing the cannonballs back. The cannonballs drew a beautiful arc and quickly hit another pirate ship. After paying a large number of casualties, a pirate ship finally arrived near the angry dragon. Then, these pirates launched a jump attack, wanting to directly jump onto the angry dragon. But before they could land, ropes quickly flew out like vipers. In an instant, these pirates were firmly entangled, and then the ropes quickly contracted and strangled them like pythons. The Dragonborn Pirate King's army started to collapse from the moment they came into contact. The Deepwater Port's navy, whose morale was soaring, became lively after being blessed with all kinds of spells. Originally, there wasn't much difference in their strength, but after being blessed with spells, the strength of the Deepwater Port's navy soared. The enchanted weapons made the fine long swords in their hands even sharper. The pirates basically didn't wear any armor. Even if they did, it was just some leather or iron scale armor. In the face of such weapons, it wasn't much stronger than a piece of paper. Seeing this situation, the pirates picked up their crossbows and javelins to launch long-range attacks. But with the agility granted by the group skill Fox's cunning, these warriors' dodging was very high and they easily dodged. Even if some of them didn't dodge and were hit, they were blocked by the stone skin spell on their bodies. Under such circumstances, the Dragonborn Pirate King could only act personally. Moreover, as a Pirate King, he also had spellcasters under him. Fireball, Flame Arrow, Acid Arrow, Arcane Missile, Web, Grease. All kinds of low-level spells were quickly thrown out by the casters. Some of the Marines who couldn't dodge in time were directly hit by these spells and turned into flames. However, the effect of these low-level spells was very limited and couldn't change the overall situation on the battlefield. Of course, if they cooperated well, using fireball and grease to attack the ship, they could easily ignite a ship. However, as soon as these spellcasters finished casting their spells, they were targeted by Sulen. There are spellcasters? Sulen raised his eyebrows, then waved his hand to summon a thunderbolt and threw it over. Thunderstorm. As soon as the thunderbolt fell on the ship, it spread out in an instant. Most of the space on the ship was covered by thunder and lightning. This thunder and lightning spell wasn't very lethal. It was more to paralyze the enemy and make them lose their ability to move. The pirates were instantly enveloped by thunder and lightning. The pirates didn't even have a chance to resist. They were directly paralyzed by the electricity and fell to the ground. The spellcaster was even more miserable. His physique was obviously lower than the warriors. He was directly electrocuted and fainted on the spot. Rumble. There was a muffled sound of thunder. The huge dragon-headed warship fired wildly, constantly firing shells at the surrounding ships. A 3-meter-tall giant stood at the bow of the ship. He waved a heavy giant axe in one hand. All the Marines who wanted to rush up from here were directly killed by his axe on the spot. At this time, he roared at Sulen with bloodshot eyes. Dragon form. With a roar, the Dragonborn Pirate King underwent a huge change. His originally tall body swelled again, and a group of dragon wings grew behind him. The huge dragon wings directly lifted him up. His originally ferocious hands became like dragon claws. After the dragon form, a faint pressure was transmitted from his body. It was the draconic might. However, the draconic might of the Pirate King was obviously weaker than Onyxvia's draconic might. The draconic might of the Dragonborn Pirate King was at most a young dragon. After activating the dragon form, the Dragonborn Pirate King roared, flapped his wings, and rushed directly towards Sulen. At this time, the Dragonborn Pirate King had already understood that the defeat of this battle was inevitable. There was only one way to turn the tables, and that was to defeat or kill Sulen. After losing their leader, these soldiers were bound to be in chaos. This was also the only chance for the Dragonborn Pirate King. Evil Aura. Blasphemy. An evil energy field instantly erupted from Sulen's body, and then the Dragonborn Pirate King rushed towards Sulen with a grin. Sulen frowned slightly. He could clearly feel that evil power. Then, the power of thunder and lightning quickly spread out from his body. In an instant, Sulen directly opened the thunder domain, and the evil power was directly squeezed back under the effect of his soul domain. The Dragonborn Pirate King waved the giant axe in his hand and fell from the sky, smashing fiercely at Sulen. It looked like he was going to split Sulen in half. Clang! The deafening sound of metal colliding rang out. Sulen's Thunder God's spear swept across and directly blocked the powerful attack of the Dragonborn Pirate King. Sulen's Thunder God's spear swept across. The Pirate King, who had just landed, only had time to block with his giant axe, but the master was sent flying with his weapon. A large amount of lightning power appeared on the surface of his body. Lightning flashed, and even the Pirate King's strong physique trembled all over. However, in just a breath, the Dragonborn Pirate King withstood the lightning paralysis. Then, he swung his chain and smashed it again with a roar. Sullen's body moved and instantly appeared near the dragonborn pirate king. The thunder god's spear in his hand directly hit the pirate king's body. The dragonkin pirate king's body flew away like a ball. Su Luan didn't let him off. His body flashed and rushed up again. The dazzling lightning with unstoppable power fiercely stabbed down. The dragonkin pirate king wanted to resist, but all his defenses were vulnerable in front of the divine weapon. In the end, the thunder god's spear directly pierced through his heart. The endless power of thunder and lightning erupted, killing him completely. Chapter 625. With the death of the dragonborn pirate king, the remaining pirates completely lost their will to fight and no longer had any thoughts of resistance. The entire battlefield was filled with their fleeing figures. But where could they run to on the surface of the sea? With the red dragon Onyx patrolling back and forth in the sky and a mutant tiger shark eyeing them covetously in the sea, these pirates had long since lost the chance to escape. In the end, these pirates could only throw down their weapons and surrender in order to survive. The battle ended quickly, and Barbassa was already very familiar with cleaning up the battlefield and settling the captives. However, things were not over yet. After defeating the dragonborn pirate king, they still had to receive the spoils of war and retrieve Sullen's goods. Escorting the surrendered pirates and the captured pirate ships, the entire fleet had a total of 18 ships. They then majestically moved towards Shipwreck Harbor. Seeing the fleet approaching, the pirates left behind in Shipwreck Harbor did not have the slightest thought of resisting and directly threw down their weapons and surrendered. As for those who wanted to resist, after seeing the red dragon hovering in the sky, they directly threw down their weapons and wanted to escape. The appearance of the red dragon caused the entire Shipwreck Harbor to become chaotic. In almost all worlds, the red dragon represented disaster. Every time it appeared, it would be accompanied by a large amount of destruction. Almost every red dragon in the material world had robbed a city or a king. The mountain of wealth in the red dragon lair had basically come from this. Moreover, there was still the red dragon queen in the southern seas. She was the true ruler of the southern seas. Now that the red dragon had suddenly appeared here, could it be related to her? Many people with active minds were secretly wondering if she wanted to take control of this place as well. Arriving at Shipwreck Harbor again, the feeling this time was particularly different. Sulan looked at the flustered Shipwreck Harbor and frowned slightly. He then waved his hand, and Barbassa immediately led the soldiers of Deepwater City to start maintaining order. Very quickly, under the influence of Barbassa and the navy of Deepwater City, the originally chaotic harbor was quickly restored to order. Where is Norland's lair? Sulan waved his hand, and several pirate leaders under the dragonborn pirate king Norland immediately stepped forward to answer. Your Grace, Norland's lair is in the Crystal Palace behind the harbor. Almost all of Norland's wealth is gathered there. Send someone to load all the wealth onto the ship. Sulan said directly. He was here to rob. After defeating the dragonborn pirate king, Shipwreck Harbor was like a weak woman who had lost all ability to resist. It could only wail under the tyrannical Sulan. Sulan did not show any mercy to these pirates. His fleet had almost been completely wiped out. He had spent so much time and effort to build the fleet, and after a few voyages, more than half of them had been killed by the pirates. The pirates of this era were not like the Captain Jack in the movies and novels. These pirates could be said to be committing all kinds of crimes. Murder and arson were the most basic of their crimes. These pirates robbed and killed, forcing captives to jump off the deck into the sea was a common occurrence. It could be said that these pirates should all be hanged according to the law. Under Sullen's order, the soldiers of Deepwater City immediately began to collect the spoils of war. Sulan and his men were not familiar with Shipwreck Harbor, but the pirate captives were. These pirates were very skilled in treachery. They led the soldiers of Deepwater City to rummage through the city's wealth and send it to the ships docked at the harbor. Apart from the pirates, the richest people in Shipwreck Harbor were the black market merchants. These people could be said to be extremely daring, selling their souls for profit. As long as there were benefits, these merchants dared to trade with the devil. All kinds of goods stolen by the pirates were sold by them, and each of them could be said to be overflowing with wealth. Sulen naturally did not intend to let these merchants go. Carlos, take your men and let these captives lead the way. Go and catch the black market merchants for me. Also, find out how much money these merchants have and bring it to me. Suluan said to a marine admiral who had just been promoted by him. Yes, Your Grace. After saying that, he bowed and led a group of soldiers and a few surrendered pirates to capture the black market merchants. Shipwreck Harbor was the largest port among the pirates, and the wealth here was astonishing. Soon, boxes of Kinnar were transported over. Your Grace, the wealth left behind by Norland is astonishing. According to our preliminary estimates, there are at least 1.5 million Kinnar, including a large number of gems, precious utensils, and so on. If all of them are converted, it's estimated to be more than 3 million Kinnar. Barbassa said excitedly. 3 million Kinnar. Sulen could not help but rub his hands. His northern city could be considered to be making a lot of money every day. Sugar, rum, paper, perfume, excellent weapons, and so on, all of these things added up to only a little more than 1 million Kinnar a year. After all kinds of expenses, there was not much left. He had only killed one pirate king, but there was actually so much wealth. Sulen immediately wondered if he should kill the other pirate kings as well. However, the other pirate kings did not provoke him. It would not be good to kill them directly. Moreover, these pirate kings also had other forces behind them. If he really did that, it was estimated that the entire southern waters would not do business with him. After thinking about it, Sulen temporarily put aside this tempting idea. Load all these things onto the ship. Sulen said. 1 or 2 million Kinnar were piled up like a small mountain, but the ship Sulen brought could easily fit them. Norland is really a good person. Looking at the wealth piled up in front of him, Sulen kept sighing in his heart. In addition to the gold, Norland also sent a large number of pirate slaves, experience, and treasure chests to Sulen. He was just like a child of wealth. For such a child of wealth, Sulen felt that the more the better. It was not easy to build a floating space city. The cost of building a floating space tower had already cost tens of millions of Kinnar, and to build a floating space city, it would cost at least billions of Kinnar. Fortunately, Sulen's territory was rich in minerals, and many things could be mined on their own, which saved a lot of expenses. A wizard tower was more than 1 million tons, and the floating space city was at least 10 times larger than the wizard tower. Its weight was at least hundreds of millions of tons. Even if such a behemoth was all made of ordinary steel, it would still be an amazing number if converted to Kinnar, not to mention that the main body of the city was obsidian. Chapter 626. Your Excellency the Grand Duke, Your Excellency the Grand Duke, please listen to my explanation. We are honorable merchants. A fat merchant shouted in a panic. Grand Duke, I went to the northern city to give you gifts this year. Please listen to my explanation. I really don't have any money. I just want to earn some hard-earned money. The merchant tried to rush over, but he was very polite. The guard beside him pushed him back and squatted on the ground. Even so, he did not give up struggling. Honest merchant? Sulen glanced at the crying merchant. This guy was wearing a linen shirt. The shirt had been starched until it was a little white. There were even a few patches on it. However, when the guard beside him was tearing it, he tore a hole in his shirt and the silk underwear inside instantly leaked out. Hard-earned money. Sulen looked at him. He could afford silk underwear, but he said he didn't have any money. Carlos, how much money did you find with him? Grand Duke, we searched through his place and only found a few hundred Kinnar. Carlos said shamefully when he saw the other people transporting boxes of gold and silver. A few hundred Kinnar. Sulen raised his eyebrows. Grand Duke, don't believe his plan. This guy is called Gretel. He is the biggest black market merchant in our shipwreck harbor. Every year, he handles at least a few 100,000 kinnar, a pirate beside him suddenly said. A few 100,000 kinnar. Sulen looked at Gretel. A few 100,000 kinnar, and you say you don't have any money? Grand Duke, it's not just that. The pirates here sell him goods at 30% of the original value. He makes even more after selling these goods. Did you hear that? These pirates are very clear about your income. Sulen said to Gretel. Do you want to hand over the money yourself, or do you want to wait for them to treat you well before handing over the money? Grand Duke, you can't just listen to the words of these pirates. These pirates are treacherous. They commit all kinds of crimes, murder and arson. They are framing me. Gretel argued loudly. You don't want to admit it. Sulen looked at Gretel. He didn't expect Gretel to still be so stubborn even at this point. He really doesn't shed tears until he sees the coffin. But I like this kind of stubborn person. Greg, you don't have to deny it. Since we're already here, it's impossible for us not to bleed. My goods were stolen, and the pirates who robbed me have already paid the price. However, you accomplices haven't. It's not like we're going to make you bankrupt today. You, Gretel, earn at least a few 100,000 kinnar a year here. There's also your fleet and caravan. I'm not sure how much you earn each year. Then let's take a year's worth of your earnings. You've been earning money here for more than a decade. It's not too much to ask for a year's worth of compensation, right? It's not just you. We'll use the same standard for the other black market merchants. You earn 400,000 to 500,000 kinnar a year here. Let's make it 500,000 kinnar. Gretel, take out 500,000 kinnar and I'll pretend nothing happened. You can continue to be a black market merchant here, and I'll take the money back to Northern Town. 500,000 kinnar. That's just a year's worth of your earnings here. It's not too much to ask for, right? Take it out and I'll let you go. I'll also guarantee your safety. If you can't take it out, Sulen lifted Gretel up and smiled at him. He then waved at the soldiers beside him. Then I won't be the one to talk to you. I'll need my men to talk to you. He shouted at the soldiers beside him. What do you think? Okay. How do you plan to talk to him? Sulen asked. The soldiers looked at each other. They didn't seem to know how to talk. Why don't we talk to him on the wooden spikes? One of the soldiers suggested. Let's go with the wooden spikes. The other soldiers responded. Gretel, who was being held up by a few soldiers, turned pale instantly. No, wooden spikes won't work. Sulen shook his head. He wouldn't survive a 2-meter-long wooden spike piercing through his body. Gretel heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Sulen's words. However, before he could finish his sigh of relief, Sulen said again, since wooden spikes won't work, let's use the wooden spikes instead. That's good. As long as you control your strength, you won't have to worry about killing him. Let's use the wooden spikes. We should use the wooden spikes to deal with these unscrupulous merchants. The soldiers shouted when they heard Sulen's words. Sulen turned around calmly and waved at the soldiers beside him. Go, treat our old friend Gretel well. Otherwise, people will say that we're rude. Understood. We'll treat our old friend well. The soldiers around him laughed. Your Excellency, Your Excellency, Your Excellency, please spare my life. Gretel's expression changed when he heard Sulen's words. He cried and tried to pull Sulen away, but the soldier beside him kicked him to the ground. Sulen ignored Gretel. This guy was wearing an old shirt and saying that he had no money. Did he think that he was blind? He had already given him a chance, but he didn't even know how to grasp it. He had earned so much money as a black market merchant over the years. It could be said that every kinnar was stained with blood. Sulen didn't want their lives. He just wanted them to hand over a year's worth of income. It was too easy for them. Sulen asked the soldiers to find a chair and sat on it. He then waved at the soldiers beside him and signaled for them to continue. "Your Excellency, we don't have wooden spikes on our ship," a soldier beside him said. Sulen rolled his eyes and said, "We don't have wooden spikes, but what about the pirates? Don't they have any in the pirates' prison?" "We just can't find any. Ask the pirates to make a few." "Yes, Your Excellency." The soldier immediately went to carry out the order. There was also a prison in Shipwreck Bay. It was used to imprison pirates who broke the rules. There were all kinds of torture tools in the prison. Soon, a few pirates brought the torture tools over. Gretel's face turned pale when he saw the blood-stained torture tools. Then, a few soldiers forced him to wear the spikes. Your Excellency, I'll donate. Please ask them to stop." Gretel shouted when he saw that they were serious. "Wouldn't it be better if you cooperated earlier?" Sulen put down his teacup and smiled. "But since you've already brought the spikes, it's not good to just take them off. It's better to let Gretel experience our service." He waved at the soldiers and two of them immediately pulled the spikes down. Chapter 627. Amid a series of hysterical screams, Gretel was pinched so hard that he almost died. Finally, after a round of pinching, the soldiers around him finally let him go. "Lord Duke, please spare my life. I'll donate. Gretel screamed as he begged for donations. His voice was like a cuckoo crying blood. It was heart-wrenching and tearful. "Lord Duke, I'm willing to donate 500,000 kinnar to make up for your loss," Gretel said without hesitation. "That's more like it." Sulen nodded in satisfaction. "Mr. Gretel is a good man to be willing to donate 500,000 kinnar. You are indeed a friend of Beifong Principality. Quick. What are you doing?" Mr. Gretel fell down. "Why didn't you help him up? You didn't even know how to control your strength." Sulen reprimanded the soldiers around him. "Hurry up and help Mr. Gretel up." A few soldiers immediately went up to Gretel with smiles on their faces and tried to help him up by his arms. "It's not your fault. I lost my balance and fell down. I fell down," Gretel quickly explained. "If that's the case, Mr. Gretel, please hand over the kinnar that you donated." Sulen nodded. 500,000 kinnar is not too much, is it? Not at all. I'm willing to donate this to Beifong Principality." Soon, a group of soldiers followed Gretel to an ordinary-looking house. They then opened the cellar in a hidden corner of the house and took out the kinnar that was stored inside. After a while, a caravan carrying 500,000 kinnar slowly walked out. A caravan was needed to carry all these kinnar. Each kinnar weighed 4 grams. 80% of it was gold while the rest was made up of other metals. 500,000 kinnar weighed about 2 tons. It would take 10 caravans to transport all of them. Fortunately, these merchants had prepared a large number of caravans to transport the goods. Each caravan carried a few hundred pounds of kinnar. These kinnar were all packed in boxes. In order to make it easier to transport, each box weighed 100 pounds. There were exactly 4 boxes in a caravan. There were a total of 10 caravans in a row. With Gretel as a demonstration, dealing with the other black market merchants was a walk in the park. After sending kinnar to the port, Sulen waved his hand and said, "Mr. Gretel has donated everything. I'll leave the rest to you." Gretel donated 500,000 kinnar, but he is the biggest businessman in Shipwreck Harbor. The other businessmen have smaller businesses than him, so 500,000 kinnar is a bit too much. We have to calculate his annual income first, and then collect the compensation according to his annual income. Your Excellency, these merchants are used to cheating. If they hide their income, we won't know either. Carlos asked. That's easy. Although we don't know, someone else does. Sulen pointed at the pirates and said, these pirates have been living here for a long time. Although they don't know the exact income of these merchants, they know all the warehouses and shops. It's enough to calculate. Besides, don't we have an expert here? I'll ask Mr. Gretel to help me calculate it. It'll definitely be accurate. Sulen patted Gretel's shoulder and said, I'm sure Mr. Gretel will help us with this small matter. Yes, Your Excellency, I'll definitely help you. Gretel said loudly. Hurry up and call some of the pirates here. Let them help with the calculation. Sulen waved his hand and said to Carlos. The pirates were very happy to report these black market merchants. After all, these black market merchants opened all kinds of casinos, brothels, and taverns in Shipwreck Harbor and made a lot of money from them. Soon, another black market merchant was brought over by the soldiers. When he saw Sulen, he immediately said, Your Excellency, it must have been hard on you. I'm willing to give you 5,000 kinnar for a cup of tea. You're quite smart. Sulen looked at the black market merchant in front of him with a smile. But 5,000 kinnar is too stingy. Look, Gretel. He donated 500,000 kinnar. You're still far from it. Sulen shook his head with a look of regret. 500,000 kinnar. The black market merchant was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. Yes, 500,000 kinnar. Sulen nodded. However, I won't force you to donate as much as you want. It's all up to you. If you want to be friends with us, then donate more. If you don't want to, then it doesn't matter. Sulen said generously as he patted the black market merchant's shoulder. Just as Sulen was speaking, a few soldiers beside him brought over the prepared pincers. These pincers from the prison were stained with blood and looked a little dirty. Pincers were considered the lightest punishment in the pirates' prison. The pincers were made of 3 pieces of wood that were then strung together with iron bars. Grooves were dug in the middle of the wood. These grooves were where the ankles were placed and were strung together with ropes. When it was used, the prisoner's feet would be placed in the grooves. Then, 2 other people would pull the rope and tighten it. If they were lucky, they would make a frame for the prisoner to lie down. If they were in a bad mood, they would make the prisoner kneel on the ground and torture him. This kind of torture device depended on the size of the opening at the ankles. If the opening was too big, it wouldn't even clamp the ankles. The pincers that the pirates had prepared only had a shallow groove. It didn't feel good to be clamped. In fact, there were 2 other types of pincers. One used sticks as thick as chopsticks that were strung together in a row. This was specially used to clamp fingers. The most ruthless pincers were specially used to clamp the head. This kind of torture device could even crack a person's skull. How could Sulen use such inhumane torture devices? Your Excellency the Grand Duke, Your Excellency the Grand Duke, I really don't have that much money. A black market merchant screamed. Then, he was grabbed by a few ferocious soldiers as if they were grabbing a chick. Then, they forcefully put torture equipment on him. You dog, you still want to lie to Your Excellency the Grand Duke. A pirate next to him went up and kicked him. You dog, you opened a casino here. You make money like water every day. I alone lose dozens of kinnar in the casino every day. But your casino has at least thousands of customers every day. How much money do you make? This black market merchant was also raised to be a respectable person. When had he ever been treated like this? Garrett, it seems like our merchant doesn't intend to tell the truth. Calculate for him. We're not pirates, we're regular navies. We do things based on evidence and reason. Sulen waved at Garrett who was beside him. Garrett, who had become a lackey, immediately calculated according to the description of the pirates. It didn't take much effort for him to calculate the black market merchant's annual income. Chapter 628. The casino's daily income is about 3,000 kinnar, but this money needs to be shared with the other pirate kings. In the end, 500 kinnar will fall into his hands, which is about 100,000 kinnar a year. Also, the J Court and the tavern in his hands are also making a lot of money every day. In this way, his annual income is at least 450,000 kinnar. Gretel added up all the income and quickly came up with the annual income of this black market merchant. There are some miscellaneous things, which is about 10,000 to 20,000 kinnar. In that case, let's not be so calculative. Let's calculate according to 450,000. Sulen directly made the decision. Gretel's calculation was indeed accurate. This black market merchant's annual income was indeed more than 450,000 kinnar, but the more he earned, the more he spent. He needed to maintain the fleet, various fighters, guards, and so on. The expenses were not small, but 450,000 kinnar was definitely something he could afford. Carlot, I'll leave this to you. Treat him well. Hee, don't say that we're making things difficult for you. Today, no one will be able to escape. You have to take the 450,000 gold coins, even if you don't want to. Now, let us brothers serve you well. Carlot grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Your Excellency Grand Duke, I really didn't earn that much money. That money is from the shares of the various pirate kings. I'm just a puppet on the table. I really don't have any money. The black market merchant cried out. Sulen waved his hand and said, people's hearts are sinister, especially in this kind of pirate den. Do you think I dare to believe you? In comparison, I believe in the trap more. Come on, this is a lie detector. As long as you can pass the lie detector, I'll believe you. As he spoke, a few soldiers beside him carried up the lie detector that they had prepared beforehand. Then, they directly propped up the black market merchants. The lie detector made of iron oak was hard and durable. Su Lin was considerate enough to prepare a bench for the merchants to lie down on during the test. Come, let's try it first. Carlot directly put the trap on the black market merchant, and then the two soldiers immediately grabbed the rope and exerted force. Ah! The black market merchant immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. His whole face was red, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. His two arms struggled to escape, but he was firmly pressed on the bench by the soldiers. His body twisted back and forth like a worm, but there was no effect. This is just the beginning. The rope is just the most basic. A few soldiers tied the trap tightly, and then stuffed the prepared wooden wedges in to compress the gap. Okay, let's officially start. One of the soldiers stood up, picked up a wooden mallet and said, remember, if you agree, say it quickly. Otherwise, it will be too late. Start the polygraph. Carlos shouted. The two soldiers raised their mallets and slammed them down on the wooden wedge without hesitation. Ouch! A far cry from the black market merchant's voice. The black market merchant howled in agony. Even his eyes could be seen protruding out of their sockets. I'll donate money, 450,000 kinnar. The black market merchant could no longer care about anything else. Seeing that the two soldiers were about to hit him again, he quickly cried and shouted. Look, the lie detector is working again. Why is it so difficult to trust between people? Sulen said bitterly. I've already told you so earnestly, but you just don't want to tell me the truth. Now, we've finally reached an agreement. Then, the soldiers put the black market merchant down from the lie detector. Then, they took the carriage that had just been unloaded and followed the black market merchant to his manor. When the other black market merchants saw Sulen's actions, their faces turned ashen, as if they had lost their parents. In the end, they all gave in. One by one, they accepted Sulen's friendship and became friends with Beifeng Duchy. They expressed that they were willing to donate all their income for a year to Beifeng Duchy. Of course, Su Luan couldn't refuse the sincerity of these businessmen. Soon, a large number of kinnar was transported over. The 7 black market merchants donated more than 3 million kinnar to Sulen. In addition to the income of the dragonborn pirate king, just the kinnar alone gave Sulen at least tens of millions of kinnar. Sulen's first fund to build the floating city was finally settled. In addition to the kinnar, after killing the dragonborn pirate king, Su Len also received a lot of rewards. After dealing with the shipwreck harbor, Su Len had time to check the rewards. Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed a dragonborn sea giant. You have received 53,400 experience points, you have received 1 legendary skill point, you have received 2 platinum treasure chests. The battle is over. You have received the item Sea Giant's Heart Blood *1. Rise of the Navy, Legendary Battle, September 1689 of the Huiwe calendar. Due to the wealth of the deepwater port, it attracted the attention of others, leading to a pirate attack on the fleet. The newly born Huiwe port suffered huge losses. In order to take revenge, Su Len led the fleet to continue the counterattack. You have defeated the Black Shark pirates, the One-Eyed Dragon pirates, and successfully killed the Pirate King in the final battle. You have received a huge reputation in this battle. Reputation +5. Hearing the familiar voice, Su Len opened the storage space and took out the 2 platinum treasure chests. This Pirate King's strength is really weak. 2 platinum treasure chests, not even a diamond. I'll just make do with it. Su Len took out the 2 platinum treasure chests from the storage space and chose to open them directly. After a flash of light, the system prompt sounded in Sullen's ear. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the platinum treasure chest. You have received the item Elemental Furnace Fuel. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the platinum treasure chest. You have received the item Legendary Soul Crystal. Su Len looked at the 2 items in front of him, the Elemental Furnace Fuel and the Soul Crystal. As the name suggested, the Elemental Furnace Fuel was used to burn the elemental furnace. This type of elemental furnace fuel was not produced much, and it would only appear occasionally in some mines. Although the elemental furnace fuel was less than 1.5 kilograms, it could be used for more than 15 years at full load if used in the elemental furnace. This was good news for Su Len. At least he did not have to look for elemental furnace fuel all over the world. As for the soul crystal, Su Len casually put it away. He planned to let Hathaway build a legendary golem construct with these soul crystals when he went back. A golem construct of this level was a true killer weapon. Chapter 629. The Tower of the North Wind now had several legendary golems, the most powerful of which was the Magic Breaker golem that Su Len had obtained from the ruins. The Magic Breaker statue was a special type of statue. If it had enough energy, it could possess the combat power of an advanced mythic. This was especially true for magic breakers like the Magic Breaker, which had very high magic resistance. The 2 Magic Breaker blades could even slice through advanced mythic magic barriers. The Magic Breaker was very fast and had a fast attack speed. Even legendary wizards could be killed if they were not careful. It could be said that this thing was completely developed to deal with wizards. Of course, the Magic Breaker was also very powerful against other classes. Its Magic Breaker blade was incomparably sharp, and its body of steel had shockingly high physical defense. It could be said that such a legendary magic puppet was a powerful killing machine. It had the attack power of a grand swordsman of the same level, but it did not have the weakness of a grand swordsman's low defense. If it were not for the expensive cost, it could almost be said to have no shortcomings. After Hathaway got the Magic Breaker golem, she deliberately checked its manufacturing process and the materials needed. Then she calculated that it would cost at least 200 million kinnar to build such a set of golems, and because it required a lot of very rare materials, many times it could not be made even if one had the money. High-level legendary golems were basically impossible to mass-produce. After all, there were too few materials that could be used to make high-level legendary golems. It was said that in the era of the Arcane Kingdom, there was a neutron star golem, which was known as the strongest golem. This golem's combat power was comparable to the gods, but it seemed that until the collapse of the Arcane Kingdom, the neutron star golem had not been successfully developed. When the Arcane Kingdom developed the neutron star golem, they used the gods as a reference, but before they could complete it, the Arcane Kingdom had collapsed. Hathaway had now made 2 diamond golems, which had a challenge rating of 21. It was the weakest of the legendary golems, but even the weakest golem was very powerful. In the face of a diamond golem, if one did not have good enough weapons, it was better to run away as soon as possible. After the diamond golem in the Tower of the North Wind cooperated with the tower spirit, the challenge rating would be further improved. Originally, without the diamond golem, the challenge rating of the wizard tower was 21. With the diamond golem, the challenge rating of the wizard tower directly reached 25, which was close to the edge of high-level legendary. For the diamond golem, Hathaway also made some optimizations, reducing the weight of the golem and strengthening its defense and attack power. Now Hathaway was studying another legendary golem. Although the diamond golem was powerful, it could not fly. It was not good to deal with some powerful flying creatures, such as dragons. Hathaway was ready to build a few legendary golems with flying ability. Golem could be used for enchantment. Its effect was roughly equivalent to the blood of the frost giant chieftain he had killed before, but the amount was much smaller. This bottle of blood could at most be used by one person. After using it, a Tier 4 warrior would obtain a transformation effect. It could be considered a pseudo-legendary rank, possessing legendary combat power, similar to Boulder and Johnson among the barbarians. Su Len intended to use this bottle of blood as a reward and let his subordinates use their points to exchange for it. Boulder and Johnson had now reached the peak of their power. After transforming, their combat power would increase to the legendary rank. Given some time, they would almost be able to cross the boundary of mortals and become true legendary powerhouses. After sorting out the things, Su Len also obtained a legendary skill point this time. However, his other skills had not yet been upgraded to the advanced level. It would be a waste to use this legendary skill point, so he could only put it aside for the time being. The transportation work at Shipwreck Harbor lasted for a day. At the same time, Su Len also had people raid Cyclops' lair. In Cyclops' lair, hundreds of thousands of Kinnar were also found. In addition to the harvest at Shipwreck Harbor, Su Len had almost obtained tens of millions of Kinnar this time. After all the materials were transported to the ship, Su Len looked back at Shipwreck Harbor, then waved goodbye reluctantly. This place had given him too much. When they came out, there were 3 ships, and when they returned, there were 18 ships. At the same time, there were also a large number of pirate captives. It could be said that Deepwater City had become rich from this wave. On the way back, Su Len did not encounter any more pirates. After all, after such a long time, the news of him killing the Dragonborn Pirate King had spread throughout the surrounding waters. No pirate dared to appear in front of him. It took a week for the 18 ships to return to Deepwater City. When the fleet returned, the whole city was in an uproar. Among the 18 ships, several of the best hull structures were assigned to the Navy, but these armed merchant ships still needed to be strengthened before they could enter the Navy for service. As for the remaining ships, they would be converted into armed merchant ships and used for ocean trade. The Cyclops pirates, the Tigeshark pirates, and the pirates under the Dragonborn Pirate King also needed to be trained. These pirate captives added up to an astonishing 1,500 people, and now the number of Navy in Deepwater City was less than 500 people. Without sullen suppression, these pirates would not be so obedient. For these pirates, Su Len gave them 2 choices. One was to become slaves in Deepwater City. After working here for 3 years, they could obtain the status of a free person and live an ordinary life. The other was to join the Navy. However, whether joining the Navy or becoming a slave, they needed to go to the prison in the city to learn. In order to avoid these pirates from causing trouble in Deepwater City. In fact, Su Len thought too much. These pirates had seen Sullen's power with their own eyes, especially when he could summon a dragon and a magic ship. After defeating the Pirate King, they were even more in awe of him. In the end, 300 of the 1,500 pirate captives decided not to join the Navy, but to become slaves. After 3 years of work in Deepwater City, they would obtain the status of a free person and start a new life. Although the pirates drank big bowls of wine, ate big mouthfuls of meat, and spent a lot of money, in fact, they also wanted a stable life. Therefore, after Sulen promised that these pirates could retire after a few years of service, they were very surprised and their morale was high. Chapter 630. It had been a month since Sulen returned to Northtown City. The wealth he brought back this time had been used to buy all kinds of materials. With such a large amount of money, the price of the surrounding magic materials had risen a little. The one with the lowest price was the little red dragon, Onyx Via. Originally, the little red dragon had hoped that the Kinnar would be put into the treasury or given to her. In the end, Sulen had spent it all, which made the little red dragon lose sleep. Fortunately, there was still a lot of Kinnar in the treasury. Otherwise, the little red dragon would have been furious. In the secret plane, Sulen, Hathaway, and Alex were experimenting. A huge silver-white ring was placed on the ground. On this ring, there were countless strange runes engraved. The ground was paved with pure white marble. This place had been completely transformed into a large testing ground. At this time, Hathaway and Alex were standing on both sides of the ring. The two legendary wizards floated in midair. Powerful mana made their wizard robes bulge. Sullen's figure stood on the other side. The lightning energy on his body had been activated, and endless lightning surrounded him. Sulen, Hathaway, and Alex were testing the giant floating ring in front of them. This was a super large floating ring that Hathaway and Alex had finally created after several optimizations. This floating ring was much larger than the ones used in wizard towers. It was used to install in the floating city. If the experiment was successful and proved that this floating ring could be used, then they could first determine the size of the floating city. "Are you ready?" Hathaway asked. "It's done." Sulen and Alex nodded. "Good, then let's begin." Hathaway nodded. Sulen, if anything goes wrong, immediately open an energy barrier and cut off the energy link of the floating ring. Testing the floating ring requires Alex and I to be fully focused. If there's a mistake in our design, it could lead to serious consequences and damage the floating ring. This thing is too expensive to make. We don't have that much money to make a new one. Remember, you must cut off the energy link as soon as possible. Sulen nodded with a serious expression. "Don't worry, leave it to me. If there is any problem, I will cut off the energy supply immediately. Also, you two have to be careful. If you can't avoid it, then protect yourself first. If the floating ring is damaged, we can continue to make it." "Okay." Hathaway and Alex nodded at Sulen. "Let's begin." As soon as Hathaway's voice fell, a spiritual light rose from the werewolf's body. Then, a powerful mana rose from the two of them. As the powerful mana surged, the runes on the floating ring began to light up one by one. Two powerful mana surged from the two of them and entered the floating ring. The powerful mana flowed quickly, creating a circle of energy vortex around them. As the runes lit up one after another, finally, all the runes on the floating ring in front of them flickered with spiritual light. When all the runes lit up, a powerful force was transmitted from the floating ring. This force acted on the surroundings, and the ground around them began to shake slightly. This shaking did not weaken as time passed. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. Rumble. A huge figure emerged from the ground. Under this amazing force, the ground under everyone's feet seemed to turn over like an earth dragon. The ground was like an earthquake, and the powerful force was transmitted in all directions. With Hathaway and Alex as the center, everything within 300 meters of them shook violently. Finally, this force formed a huge circular energy field. Within this field, the ground was forcibly separated by this force. The entire ground was forcibly lifted by an endless force. The surrounding energy field was also distorted. On this part of the ground, the original gravity had completely disappeared. The gravity on this piece of land had been completely cut off. The floating ring was actually controlling gravity. By controlling gravity, the floating city could float in the air. There were many kinds of technology needed to build a floating city. Gravity was only one of them. In fact, a qualified floating city was like a miniature world. The top few topics in this world were the half-plane transformation technology, also known as Genesis, the floating city technology, the neutron star golem technology, and so on. Building a floating city required changing the internal structure, changing space, riddles, ecological systems, and so on. With Hathaway and Alex's magic transmission, this piece of land successfully lifted off the ground and flew up. Because of the spread of this force, many of the surrounding rocks had already flown up. Tower Spirit 1, begin collecting all kinds of data from the floating ring. As the floating ring stabilized, Hathaway immediately said. The Tower Spirit, which had already been prepared, immediately scanned. A red light swept over, and the Tower Spirit's voice sounded. Energy transmission normal. The floating ring is operating normally. Current operation rate is 50%. Current experimental results have been achieved. A huge piece of land with a diameter of more than 400 meters and a thickness of more than 2 meters was easily lifted up by the floating ring. After Hathaway and Alex waited for a while, this piece of land finally calmed down and then began to slowly rise. Now, this piece of land had risen more than 20 meters and was still rising. With the passage of time, under the guidance of the floating ring, the entire piece of land had risen to a height of 500 meters. Under the effect of the floating ring, this island was like a floating island. It's a success, Sulen said excitedly. Hathaway and Alex were also overjoyed and secretly relieved. Energy transmission stable. Begin recording experimental data. Calculating the weight of the floating ring, scanning the floating ring's status. Calculating the floating ring's energy consumption. Calculating the floating ring's energy conversion rate. Rays of light flashed continuously. The Tower Spirit was calculating the specific data of the floating ring. Hathaway and Alex continued to inject magic into the floating ring. It was not easy to maintain such a large floating ring. Hathaway and Alex began to guide the energy of the elemental pool after the floating ring was operating normally. Otherwise, it would be difficult to rely on the two of them to inject magic. After all, the floating ring's energy consumption was very high. Chapter 631. As Tower Spirit Number 1 continued to scan and record data, Hathaway and Alex began to operate more on the floating space ring. The floating space ring used on the floating space city had to deal with a lot of bad situations, so the floating space tower had stricter requirements. Rumble. There was a loud rumbling sound, and some cracks suddenly appeared in the middle of the huge piece of land that was originally floating in the sky. Cracks began to appear on the originally flat ground. The anti-gravity force field of the floating space ring is in disorder. The force field is deviated, and the land is broken. Scanning for the cause of the force field deviation. Tower Spirit Number 1 immediately scanned the surroundings, and Hathaway and Alex immediately controlled the energy output. Scanning complete, the 39th rune design has deviated, causing the anti-gravity force field in the area to deviate after reaching a certain value, and it will interfere with the surrounding force field. Hathaway was slightly relieved. It's not a big problem, we'll modify it after the experiment, and now continue the test. Okay. Sulen nodded, and then the test continued. Then Hathaway and Alex continued to control the floating space ring and began to conduct other tests. The floating space ring controlled the piece of land and began to move slowly, and the huge piece of land slowly moved back and forth under the influence of the floating space ring. Tower Spirit Number 1 constantly scanned and recorded the floating piece of land. The land has an unknown vibration in the horizontal state. Cracks appear in the land. The anti-gravity force field is tilted in the descending state. The anti-gravity force field is deviated in the fast horizontal movement, and slight cracks appear in the land. The energy efficiency of the floating space ring is 63. 7% on average. Soon, all the tests of the floating space ring were over, and Hathaway and Alex controlled the floating space ring to descend slowly. Although there were many problems in the test, overall, it was very good. This time, the floating space ring held up a large area of land, and although it was still some distance away from the floating space city, the test was considered a success. The weight of the land held up this time was calculated by Tower Spirit No. 1, and it was almost more than 3 million tons, which was heavier than the floating space tower. Furthermore, this was not the limit of the floating ring. If the floating ring were to operate at full capacity, the power output would be very high. The energy of the elemental pool in the Arcana realm was not enough to support the test. As for Hathaway and Alex, they had to bear a lot of pressure. As Hathaway and Alex slowly reduced the energy supply, the floating island began to descend slowly, finally stopping 3 meters in the air. At this height, they needed to be careful if they wanted to continue descending. Sullen's energy was quickly released and enveloped the entire floating island. Prepare to land. Prepare to cut off the energy of the elemental pool. Prepare to count down. 10, 9, 8, increase the magic output. It has reached the critical point. Begin landing. The floating island trembled slightly before descending steadily. After a series of noises, the huge floating island slowly landed on the ground. Success! Hathaway breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that our theory is correct. Next, we need to make various improvements to this gigantic floating ring. Alex said. Yes. Although it's a success, there are still many problems with the floating ring. For example, the energy conversion efficiency is only 63.7%. You should know that the floating ring in the Tower of the Northern Winds has an energy conversion efficiency of more than 95%. This difference is more than 30%. We need to optimize it again. There's also the energy field deviation that occurred during the test. These problems need to be solved. Otherwise, even if the floating ring flies, it will fly in a slanted direction. I've already noted it down. We'll make changes when we get back. Sulen slowly retracted his energy. When they were descending, he had released a large amount of energy to protect the entire floating island. We need to upgrade the energy center as soon as possible. Sulen said. We plan to build a floating ring that can accommodate 50,000 to 100,000 people. This is the level of a medium-sized floating ring. The current elemental fission furnace cannot support such a large floating ring. Got it. Hathaway made a face at Sulen. The theoretical verification of the elemental fusion furnace has been completed, but some of the materials required are very high. We don't have a good solution yet. We need materials that can withstand high temperatures. Materials with high magic conductivity are not so easy to make. I don't know what materials the Arcanists used. Alex said with some curiosity. Anyway, it should be a very magical material. The gap between the current wizard civilization and the arcane empire is still very big. In terms of magic material science, magic theory, magic energy use, and supermagic characteristics, they can't be compared at all. Just like in the Arcane Empire era, the high-grade golems they used could basically self-recover. The main reason for this was the use of a kind of memory metal. After this memory metal is formed, if it is damaged, it will quickly recover. In the Arcane Empire era, those high-grade golems were notoriously difficult to deal with. It was only after the Arcane Empire era disappeared that golems that could self-recover could not be made because of the lack of key materials. Since then, golems made of other materials slowly began to become popular. Speaking of which, the memory metal is also a very important secret of the Arcane Empire. Wizards have more or less obtained this kind of memory metal golems in the ruins, but even knowing the location of today's memory metal golems, they still haven't been cracked. Sulen smiled slightly. Don't think so much. When I have the chance, when I go to the secret realm again, I'll see if I can get you a memory metal golem. That's great. I've only heard of these memory metal golems in some information. I haven't really seen them yet. When the time comes, even if I can't crack the secret of the memory metal, I can still understand some of them. Hathaway said excitedly. Don't think so much. Now let's improve the floating ring. Alex interrupted the conversation between the two. Now this kind of floating ring consumes a lot of energy. Although the elemental fission furnace can also support a city with a scale of 50,000 to 100,000 people, even the most radical arcanists won't consume more than half of their power to maintain the floating state of the city. The floating city requires a lot of energy, but the energy consumption must be kept below 20%. Otherwise, it can't afford the energy consumption of the floating city. Chapter 632. The elemental fission furnace could indeed be used as the energy core of a floating space city, but it could only drive a miniature floating space city. This kind of floating space city was larger than a floating space tower and could accommodate 5,000 to 10,000 people. The floating space city Sulen intended to build was a medium-sized floating space city. This kind of floating space city was the most numerous floating space city in the era of the Arcane Empire. A large floating space city was a floating space city with more than 100,000 people. The upper limit of this kind of floating space city could reach an astonishing 300,000 people. Its combat power was amazing and it was the most powerful strategic weapon in the era of the Arcane Empire. This kind of floating space city required the use of mice energy nuclei as the energy core. In the era of the Arcane Empire, only mice energy nuclei could drive a floating space city of this scale. However, with the fall of the Arcane Empire, the manufacturing process of mice energy nuclei had long disappeared. Not to mention this kind of large floating space city, even a miniature floating space city had never appeared. The great arcanists in the era of the Arcane Empire also studied a substitute for mice energy nuclei, which was the element annihilation furnace. This kind of element annihilation furnace provided a huge amount of energy, thousands of times more than elemental fusion. It could easily lift a large floating space city. The arcanists even designed a giant floating space city. The concept of a giant floating space city had been around for a long time. Several mice energy nuclei were arranged according to the arrangement of the energy matrix, and then the giant floating space city was lifted. However, the great arcanists soon discovered that building this kind of giant floating space city was not worth the cost. A giant floating space city could accommodate 500,000 people, but it required 4 to 5 mice energy nuclei. However, if used separately, 4 to 5 large floating space cities were more practical than this kind of giant floating space city. Therefore, this kind of giant floating space city was soon abandoned. Now, the floating space ring of North City could theoretically lift a land with a diameter of 800 to 1,000 meters into the sky, which was basically equivalent to connecting the surface of a miniature floating space city. If the current city of North Wind Principality was calculated, a city of this size would at most be a town. This area was really nothing. During the era of the Arcane Empire, few people would build this kind of floating space city. This size of floating space city was from the age of thorium. At that time, the floating city's energy transmission efficiency was low, and the floating ring technology used was very limited. Any of the famous floating cities of the Arcane Kingdom had an area of more than 10 square kilometers. Basically, the entire North Town City and a large amount of surrounding farmland were lifted into the air. Hathaway and Alex continued to make adjustments to the floating ring. Some of the runes on the floating ring needed to be removed. Then, it was replaced with another rune inscription. At the same time, with the help of the Tower Genie, Hathaway and Alex started adjusting the anti-gravity field after the activation of the floating ring. There were some problems with the anti-gravity energy on the floating ring, and there were repeated problems in some areas. This was also the reason for the crack in the center of the floating island. If he didn't make any adjustments, there would be some problems when he used the floating city. Of course, the entire floating city was made of obsidian, so it was very resistant to stretching. There wouldn't be any cracks like the previous floating island experiment, but after a long time, there would definitely be problems, and it would also consume a lot of energy for nothing. After Hathaway and Alex continued their research, Su-Len left North Town City and came to the underground world. The underground world had been controlled by the little succubus Chrissy. The underground world was a raw material base in the Duchy of North Wind. It was rich in all kinds of ores and a large number of magic gems. The little succubus with amazing charm could easily enslave these underground creatures. This kind of enslavement was much better than the enslavement of the wizards. Now, just Chrissy alone could easily enslave tens of thousands of underground creatures. As the elemental tide became stronger and stronger, the planar barrier of the main material world began to weaken gradually. This wasn't a good thing. The weakening of the planar barrier of the main material world would lead to some powerful creatures from other worlds entering the main material world. According to the news sent by the Imperial Secret Service, there was an amazing sandstorm in the Desert Kingdom, covering the sky and the sun. It was like the end of the world, and there were many elemental creatures in Icewind City in the north. There were reports of a large number of mutant beasts in many places. Some people even found traces of devils. The south had always been very popular with all kinds of devils and demons. When there were more people, they could do something. The elemental tide had a great impact on this world. Su-Len was making some preparations for the floating city. He was going to build a half-plane. It wasn't easy to create a half-plane. It required a very high level of basic knowledge, such as plane knowledge, spatial knowledge, elemental knowledge, ecological knowledge, and so on. Under normal circumstances, this kind of knowledge could only be seen when one reached a very high level. Su-Len had a photographic memory. After this period of learning, he finally met the requirements of building a half-plane. After reaching the legendary level, wizards would have the ability to create half-planes. Su-Len didn't care much before. But now that he was preparing to build the floating city, he naturally had to bring the half-plane. With Su-Len's current strength, creating a world was too easy. If it was a god, creating a half-plane wasn't very difficult. Gods had the talent of changing reality. As long as they put in a little effort, their lives would be relatively comfortable. The half-plane needed to form an elemental circuit, forming a simple ecological cycle inside. Su-Len took out the Thunder God's spear, which was brought back by Su-Len himself. The divine weapon, the Thunder God's spear, shone with a dazzling light. Su-Len gently stroked, and a spatial crack suddenly appeared in the original space. The crack quickly expanded. Su-Len's figure flashed and had already passed through the crack. It was a deep darkness, and there was no light around. Su-Len's figure stood in the void, the Thunder God's spear in his hand flashing. The dazzling lightning cut through the darkness, and then a small space appeared in front of him. Infinite power of thunder and lightning spewed out from Su-Len's body, and the half-plane that was shaking suddenly stopped. The half-plane still needed to be connected to the 4 elemental planes and rely on the 4 elemental planes to stabilize this half-plane. Only when this place was completely stabilized would it no longer be needed. A divine light emerged from Su-Len's body, followed by dazzling lightning. The half-plane, which was originally only a dozen square meters in size, began to expand rapidly. It only took about a few minutes for this half-plane to expand to 300 meters. Then Su-Len waved the Thunder God's spear and stroked it hard. A spatial passage appeared in front of him. Chapter 633. A golden bolt of lightning flashed across the dark world. The dark world was illuminated by this bolt of lightning. After the expansion of the half-plane ended, the space inside had reached a diameter of 500 meters. After the half-plane expanded to this size, the space barrier at the edge began to tremble slightly, and some areas even showed signs of collapsing. Seeing this, Su-Len decisively stopped the expansion of the half-plane. Then, a ray of light rose from his body. Mana reshaping plus space construction. A pale golden brilliance flickered, and a golden light appeared on the space barrier of the half-plane. The planar barrier that was showing signs of collapsing instantly stabilized. The newly established demi-plane was completely empty. Apart from Su Luan, there was nothing else. If he wanted to enrich the demi-plane, he would have to connect the 4 elemental planes and extract elemental energy, or he could directly connect the demi-plane to the prime material plane. Although the demi-plane was only 500 meters in radius, it would continue to grow with the input of energy. These demi-planes could even grow to a state not inferior to the prime material plane. Of course, the amount of energy needed to grow to this extent could be said to be an astronomical figure, and it would also take an astonishing amount of time. Perhaps only those large wizard organizations had the time and energy to cultivate a half-plane to a state close to the main material plane. Su Lan looked at the empty half-plane, then drew a line in the air with the Thunder God's spear in his hand. A powerful force instantly broke the space barrier. Planar channel. Open. A pale golden brilliance was released from Sullen's body, and an energy channel suddenly appeared in the originally dark and deep void. As the energy channel opened, a gust of wind element appeared in this half-plane. Air started appearing in the originally empty demi-plane. Wisps of wind blew, and as the wind elemental plane was connected, thin air appeared in the demi-plane. Life forms could barely breathe here and didn't need to rely on spells for internal breathing. However, although there was air, this half-plane was still empty. Next, Su Lan connected to the earth elemental plane again. An invisible gravity appeared here, and at the same time, traces of soil began to appear in the originally empty half-plane. As the earth elemental plane continued to input energy into the half-plane, soil began to quickly appear in this half-plane. The soil was very barren and unsuitable for planting. Only when the earth element reached a certain concentration would the soil slowly become fertile. A breeze blew, and the air was slightly moist. After the water elemental plane was connected, this half-plane was no longer dry. Streams of water began to gather quietly. As the water elemental energy continued to increase, a new small lake appeared in the half-plane. With air, water, and land, this half-plane was not considered complete. The temperature in the half-plane was very low. The temperature of a newly formed half-plane was about the same as the temperature of the astral plane. Ordinary people could not survive here at all. This was also why Su Lan and the others had long surpassed the boundary of ordinary creatures and become extraordinary. A ray of light appeared in the demi-plane, and then the temperature of the ice-cold demi-plane slowly rose. Some light also appeared in the originally dark demi-plane. As the half-plane and the 4 elemental planes completed the connection, a strange power of law also shrouded the half-plane. Then a plane barrier appeared and covered this half-plane. With the plane barrier, this half-plane became Sullen's private space. If others wanted to enter, they had to get Sullen's permission. If Su Lan did not agree, even gods could not enter. In fact, building a half-plane was very similar to a god creating a kingdom, but a god's kingdom was much larger than Sullen's. Gods used divine power to create their kingdoms, which was much more powerful than wizards. For example, they only needed to say that there should be light, and there would be light in the kingdom. If they said that there should be land, there would be land. In a god's kingdom, there was indeed nothing they could not do. As long as there was enough divine power, a god's kingdom could be built very quickly. Sullen's half-plane now looked very simple. Even the most barren place in the material world was better than this. Although it was very simple, Su Lan was very happy. He was the one who created this world. As long as he continued to modify it, the half-plane would change according to his wishes. Modifying a plane was a very large project. It required a lot of knowledge. Without enough knowledge, there would be a lot of problems in the half-plane created in the end. The proportion of the various elements in the half-plane needed to be carefully adjusted. Too much of any element would affect the half-plane. The wind element was very important to the half-plane. He decided whether other creatures could survive in the half-plane. After all, normal creatures still needed to breathe, and the oxygen content had to reach a certain standard. Many adepts had failed miserably at this step back in the day. Since ancient times, there were many legendary wizards who could create half-planes. However, there were very few who could make a half-plane almost the same as a material plane. The 4 elemental channels had been connected. Next, the elemental energy began to flow into the half-plane. The growth of the half-plane required the efforts of the creator. They had to use their own power to guide the energy and let it grow. When the elemental energy in the half-plane reached a certain level, it was time to plan the space. This was very crucial. The direction of the half-plane's growth had to be determined at this time. The creator could plan the half-plane. For example, creating some mountains and rivers, where the water would flow, where it would end up, and how the weather would change in the half-plane. This kind of modification required a lot of knowledge. If there was not enough knowledge, it would lead to very serious consequences. For example, some half-planes had problems with the water element. In the end, the whole plane would turn into a desert with sand everywhere. Or the fire element would overflow and turn the half-plane into a volcanic belt. Volcanoes would erupt everywhere, turning the half-plane into an abyss. Some half-planes had low temperatures, and the whole plane would enter an ice age with thick layers of ice everywhere. Sullen's half-plane was going to be installed on the floating city. It would be used to grow all kinds of crops. After all, the space in the floating city was limited. With this half-plane, it would become the floating city's logistics base. Many floating cities could roam in the astral plane for thousands of years. Other than energy, the half-plane of the floating city could produce all kinds of things. P.S. I recommend this book, Old God's Ruler, by Akina-san. It's very boring, so don't worry. Chapter 634. Transforming a demiplane was a technical job. Any mistake could lead to serious consequences. Even the gods would be very careful when transforming their kingdoms. When different types of energy met, they would have different changes. For example, fire and earth elements could create magma. Magma could cause volcanoes to erupt. Metal veins could be added, or land could be added. When wind and fire elements fused together, there would be a monsoon. Then, there would be cold air and hot air. When the cold air and hot air met, they would form wind. If the water element was fused together, it would become rain. If Suluan wanted the demiplane to grow, then he needed to understand this knowledge as well as make detailed calculations. This kind of calculation required a lot of work. Fortunately, Suluan already had 3 tower spirits. With the 3 tower spirits working together, the calculation speed would be much faster. The creation of a demiplane was not something that could be done in a short time. After connecting the 4 elemental planes, Sulen left the demiplane and returned to North Town. The demiplane would slowly grow as it absorbed elemental energy. Sulen only needed to guide it. When the demiplane grew to a certain level, he would do other things. Demiplanes were basically useless right now. They could only be used as a storage space to store things. Only when the demiplane grew to a certain level would it be transformed. Many legendary wizards would transform their demiplanes into storage spaces or other things like laboratories or fortresses. There were very few who would transform their demiplanes into material planes. After all, it would take a lot of time and money. Liches usually liked to transform their demiplanes into fortresses or castles and move their wizard towers inside. This way, they would not be disturbed and could study spells in peace. Liches were not necessarily evil creatures. Many liches were neutral, and many wizards would turn into liches for the sake of magic research. After all, in theory, liches could exist as long as they were not killed. There were many demiplanes in the astral plane. Some of them were created by the laws of the multiverse. Others were left behind by other wizards. There were even some fallen kingdoms in the astral plane. These places were the favorite of the astral plane explorers. Such semi-planes or fallen divine kingdoms usually had some good stuff. Over the long years, from the beginning of the Silver Age to the later era of the Arcane Empire, until now, the strong people born in the material plane had never given up on the exploration of the astral world. There were many things that couldn't be found in the material plane, but there were many in the astral world. These experts who explored the astral world were also known as astral world explorers. One of the prerequisites for becoming an astral world explorer was to be a legend. Although legendaries could enter the astral plane, most of the time, only high-level legendaries could become explorers of the astral plane. After all, there were many dangers in the astral plane, and even legendary wizards were not safe here. Legendaries could only conduct limited exploration near planets or material planes. Only high-ranking legendaries could adventure in the astral plane for a long time. After the astral world explorer was the astral world traveler. At this level, it meant that he was very powerful and could travel for a long time in the astral world or go to other planes. These astral travelers were also known as astral merchants. They would trade with each other when they traveled to other planes. These astral world travelers often had many good things in their hands. The profits of the astral boundary caravans were astonishing. Basically, every astral merchant was filthy rich. As for the highest level astral world traveler, it had been a long time since they appeared. These experts could basically move freely in the astral world. Even if they encountered demons, evil gods, or abominations, they could easily deal with them and escape unscathed. The light of dawn illuminated the earth. Chris slowly woke up from her sleep. She moved her arm that was a little uncomfortable, then sat up and stretched. A few rays of sunlight penetrated the curtains and reflected her amazing curves. She had just woken up from her dream and was still a little dazed. Although the legendary succubus was already very strong, she was still far from being Sullen's opponent. However, compared to the others, her current state was obviously much better. Hathaway and Alex were still a little tired. After all, as wizards, their physical fitness was even stronger than that of an ordinary legendary warrior, let alone Sulen. "Is it morning already?" Alex rubbed her eyes and asked as she got up. "It's 9 o'clock. Do you want to sleep for a while more?" "Don't worry, the master has already left." Chris gently lifted Alex's delicate chin with her slender fingers and teased. "Nah, I still have some unfinished experiments." Alex gently slapped Chris's arm away and yawned as she got up from the bed. "Sister Hathaway. You still have unfinished experiments on your side? Do you want to come with me?" Alex shook Hathaway next to her and said. Hathaway stretched her body beautifully. Her beautiful curves were enviable. She was also a little tired, so after hearing Alex's voice, she casually agreed. A third of the elemental fusion furnace is already completed. The rest will take at least 2 or 3 months, Hathaway said. Now that the Northwind Tower had a few legendary wizards, the progress of their research had greatly increased. "I think we should make another tower spirit. We have too much research going on right now. Most of the time, we need a tower spirit to calculate and record." "That is indeed necessary, but we don't have any legendary soul crystals right now. We need to ask Sulen for one." "Let's ask Sulen later. We need an auxiliary tower spirit." "Right, the floating city would definitely need more than one tower spirit in the future." Luckily, Sulen had a few legendary soul crystals, which would be enough. "By the way, have you completed the elemental annihilation furnace?" Alex suddenly asked. "This kind of high-grade elemental furnace is too difficult. Right now, I only have some theoretical knowledge." Hathaway shook her head and said. The few of them quickly changed their clothes and got up, then went to the wizard tower to work. At this time, Sulen was suppressing the god's corpse in the secret area. During this time, he would come here every once in a while to extract divinity from the god's corpse. The god's corpse had very high divinity. Although part of it had been absorbed by the god's abomination, the remaining divinity was still shockingly high. After some simple calculations, Sulen estimated that there were about 20 points of divinity left in the god's corpse. With so much divinity, if Sulen absorbed all of it, it would be more than enough to directly upgrade to a weak divine power. Chapter 635. Although it was not the first time that Su Len had stood near this corpse, he still felt a sense of awe. This awe came from the depths of his bloodline. It was the awe that mortals had for gods. Although Su Len was already a demigod, he was not a god. It was unknown how long the god's corpse had been dead, but it still contained some vitality. The god's corpse was broken. Because it had once given birth to an abomination, most of the vitality in the god's corpse had been extracted by the abomination. Now, the remaining power could no longer give birth to another abomination. The corpse, which was more than 30 meters long, lay quietly on the ground. It exuded a sense of oppression, and there was still a residual divine power on the surface of its body. In addition to this divine power, the corpse was also shrouded in the power of death and decay, which was emitted after the death of a god. Su Len's body flashed, and then his body flew up gently. This ancient god's corpse must have died quite miserably. There were many wounds on the corpse, and the most serious injury was on the head. The head of this corpse was severely injured, and half of its head was missing. Ancient gods were very powerful. Although they had been dead for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, they still retained a fragment of consciousness. If one used telepathy to communicate with this corpse, it would talk about the glory of the ancient gods in a strange tone and a special language. The birth of the world, the emergence of the multiverse, the ancient gods of order began to rule the world. In the lower planes, endless chaotic rules and consciousness also appeared, and the birth of the first generation of chaos demons. There was even some information about the origin of demons. In its narration, demons did not originate from the bottomless abyss. They seemed to have migrated from another place. Sometimes, Su Luen wanted to know more secrets, but unfortunately, this god's corpse didn't have any consciousness. The remnant fragments of consciousness were more like an NPC, and they just kept repeating these things. Dazzling golden light slowly emitted from the corpse. Su Len gently touched it, and the golden light converged into a beam of light that was slowly extracted. Extracting divinity from the corpse of an ancient god was not as easy as extracting it from an abomination. Su Len had to fight against the corpse of the ancient god. After all, the divinity originally belonged to this ancient god. Although the ancient god had fallen, the divinity would resist anyone other than the ancient god. Su Len needed to remove all the remaining consciousness in the divinity. Energy absorption. Su Len's body floated in the air as the enormous energy formed a torrent of magic power. He reached out and grabbed the ancient god's corpse, and the pale golden energy was forcibly extracted by him. The god power surrounding the god's spirit suddenly surged. Su Len's extraction of the god's divinity triggered the ancient god's instinctive reaction. Fortunately, the ancient god had already fallen. Although its resistance was strong, it still could not stop Su Len. The faint golden light slowly flowed towards Su Len like a trickle. Above the golden light, there was also a feeling of death, madness, and destruction. These forces had to be removed carefully. This was the terrible evil and hatred born after the death of a god. The abominations were born because of the accumulation of this power. However, because the ancient god's corpse had given birth to the abomination, 70% to 80% of the power of hatred and destruction had been consumed. This power was carefully separated by Su Len, and the rest was absorbed. However, although this power was separated, there were still some remnants. After every extraction of the god's divinity, Su Len needed time to remove the remaining evil thoughts. The wisdom tree had the ability to purify, so under normal circumstances, after extracting the god's divinity, he would come to the wisdom tree in the mystery land to purify it. So far, this method was the most efficient and safest. In fact, if the wisdom tree evolved into the legendary tree of life or the world tree, purifying these evil thoughts would be done by just moving its branches. Unfortunately, the wisdom tree had a long way to go before it could evolve. A faint golden energy appeared in front of Su Len. This golden energy was the power of the god's divinity. Su Len gently waved his hand, and the power of the god's divinity was integrated into Su Len's body. As soon as the power of the god's divinity entered Sullen's body, the golden energy began to slowly integrate into his soul under the guidance of the lightning power. The power of the god's divinity was very special. This kind of power could integrate with any power in the multiverse. As traces of the god's divinity entered his body, Sullen's soul soon felt bloated. After sensing the changes in his soul, Sulen immediately stopped. If he continued to extract the god's divinity, his body would not be able to integrate. It would just be a waste. The faint golden energy beam was cut off, and the god's divinity returned to the god's corpse. The strange scene around him also slowly disappeared. As some of the god's divinity was extracted, the glow on the god's corpse seemed to have dimmed a little. The god's corpse also had a trace of decaying aura. Sulen resisted the urge to destroy and resealed the space used to seal the god's corpse. He then closed the wizard tower again and let the tower genie continue to watch over the place. Only then did he use a teleportation spell to leave this place. North Town Mystery Land. Sulen hurried to the vicinity of the wisdom tree. After greeting Sandy and the others, he returned to his room. As soon as he got close to the wisdom tree, Sullen's original irritable impulse to destroy everything began to weaken. What followed was a tranquil and natural smell. In fact, the best target to extract divinity was not the god's corpse, nor the ancient evil creatures. It was the unicorn, the eastern condor, the feathered serpent god, the totem spirit, and so on. The divinity contained in these divine creatures or divine spirits was very pure. It was not like the one Sulen extracted, which was full of chaos, evil, and destruction. Of course, the unicorn, the eastern condor, the feathered serpent god, and the totem spirit were not to be trifled with. After the arcane kingdom, the unicorn had become very rare. The eastern condor had also disappeared. The feathered serpent god had also left the material plane. As for the totem spirit, if one wanted to find this kind of intelligence, one had to go deep into the mountains and forests to find the uncivilized natives. The totem spirit was the god that the primitive tribes worshipped. Although they were not true gods, they had part of the power of the gods. It could be said that they were very difficult to deal with. The strength of the totem spirit was usually at the level of a demigod. However, there were some who worshipped a large number of people or worshipped for a long time. Their strength would not be inferior to that of a true god. Sulen meditated while slowly removing the remnant thoughts in his body. At the same time, he integrated the god's power into his body. Chapter 636. The faint aura of nature shrouded him, and the ancient tree of wisdom constantly emitted the power of nature. Sulen woke up from meditation, and the remaining evil thoughts in his body had dissipated a lot. Looking at the situation, it would be completely eliminated in about 2 more times. Without the ancient tree of wisdom, Sulen usually needed a week or even longer to use meditation to get rid of the remaining evil thoughts. According to the research on the ancient god's corpse, the divinity in the ancient god's corpse can be extracted more than 20 times. In addition to the divinity extracted from the ancient god's corpse when the abomination was born, this ancient god's corpse originally had more than 40 or even 50 points of divinity. Sulen rubbed his forehead and calculated, an ancient god's corpse contains 40 or 50 points of divinity, so how much divinity did he have when he was alive? A demigod needs 10 points. A weak god needs 20 points of divinity, and a weak god needs 50 points. This giant ancient god's corpse is at least a weak divine power god. It might even be a mid-divine power god. An ancient god's corpse has so much divinity, no wonder the god's corpse is called a treasure. The divinity and power of the gods in the age of the ancient gods were stronger than that of the later gods. However, the gods of faith grew faster, and the power of the ancient gods would not change much from birth to death in the divine war. But the gods of faith were different. As long as there were enough people who believed in them, their power would continue to grow. So as long as the material world was prosperous enough, the power of the gods would slowly grow. But there were also gods who did not grow in this way, such as the Queen of Spiders Lolth in the Abyss. After the death of a believer, the soul would enter the divine kingdom and become a petitioner. When returning to the divine kingdom, the believer would give back power to the god. The Queen of Spiders used this way to let the drows under her command kill each other and use all kinds of tricks to plot against each other. At the same time, she gave these drows the characteristics of sexual chaos, which also led to the drows having the highest fertility rate of all elves. Of course, if the fertility rate of the drows was the same as that of other elves, maybe the drows would have disappeared by now. After all, the drows had learned all kinds of infighting, backstabbing, betrayal, and so on. Clans would kill each other for revenge. Spider Queen Loth used this method to make her believers kill each other. No matter who won, she would gain a lot of benefits. It was also through this method that the strength of God Empress Loth continued to increase after a long period of fighting among the drows. Finally, taking advantage of a series of major events, he successfully became a god with great divine power. The price was that for thousands of years, the population of the drows had not increased but decreased. Drow infighting would cause a lot of deaths. Sometimes, the population would drop below the warning line. At this moment, the Spider Queen would directly surrender. Although the Spider Queen Lotha's method allowed her to obtain a large amount of divine power, it also came with considerable repercussions. Time passed little by little. In addition to extracting and digesting the divinity, Su Lin spent the rest of his time modifying the floating space tower. Su Lin had already decided to build a floating city, and various preparations had already begun. In order to reduce consumption, Su Lin planned to use Northgard City as the main body of the floating city. There were many buildings of wonder in Northgard City. These buildings of wonder had magical powers, and Su Lin was reluctant to leave these powers behind. After all, it would cost a lot of money and time to rebuild these buildings of wonder. After planning to use Northgard City as the main body of the floating city, the construction of the floating city could be said to have saved a lot of money. However, after using Northgard City as the main body of the floating city, it seemed that Northgard City needed to be modified. The foundation of the city needed to be replaced with obsidian and blessed with hardening, so that the floating city would become harder than steel. In the laboratory, Su Lin was conducting an experiment. He was making magic diamond, which was the main material for making diamond golems. Magic diamond was actually not diamond, but a kind of crystal, but it looked very similar to diamond in terms of hardness and appearance. This kind of crystal needed to be made in a special way. Galaxy. Prepare to record the data and start testing the artificial magic diamond experiment. The Galaxy Tower spirit appeared in mid-air, and a magic aura rose from Sullen's body. Then, countless tiny rune marks appeared in front of him. Rune marks were different from Mageweth's and runes. No matter what kind of rune it was, Mageweth's were two-dimensional, usually flat, but rune marks were different. They had a three-dimensional structure. Rune marks were formed by the combination of runes, and this kind of rune marks had great power. The use of rune marks had high requirements. It was a technique created in the Arcane Empire. Compared to runes, it was more efficient and powerful. Su Lin was now using rune marks. The golden aura continued to gather in mid-air, and soon the aura converged into a shiny rune. Su Lin gently sprinkled some silver powder, and the silver powder quickly filled the rune marks. As the rune became brighter and brighter, the rune in front of him quickly changed from a two-dimensional structure to a three-dimensional structure. With the appearance of the rune marks, Su Lin gently waved his hand, and the rune marks in front of him instantly merged into a silver vessel. Then, the aura flickered a few times and disappeared. There were many differences in structure between magic diamond and ordinary diamond. The molecular structure of magic diamond was not the octahedral joint of diamond, but a more complex structure, which required the use of other crystals, diamond, graphite, and other materials to modify. In terms of magic conductivity, magic diamond wasn't very good, but its magic resistance and physical resistance were shockingly high. Therefore, this special gem was very suitable for making diamond golems. Diamond stones were also called diamonds. Large and pure diamonds were very valuable and could be used in many experiments. Therefore, small diamonds were usually used when making magical diamonds. Diamond reserves were very high, and even high-quality large diamonds were very abundant. As for the rare situation of diamonds in his previous life, it was completely hyped up by businessmen. It was said that the number of diamonds mined by businessmen was enough to give everyone in the world a piece of diamond. Of course, the diamonds here were definitely not large, but small diamonds. That was a diamond less than a carat. How heavy was a carat? 0.2 grams. One could imagine how small it was. In his previous life, this thing was like an IQ tax, but you had to pinch your nose and buy it. As for the value of diamonds, it was even more of a scam. Recycled diamonds were worth less than 1/10 of the purchase price, and many times, they were rejected directly. Chapter 637. Magical adamantine used a part of diamond as raw materials, and another part was magical crystals and colorful gemstone powder. After mixing these materials according to a certain ratio and using some other methods to fuse and refine, the magical adamantine could be obtained. The ratio of this kind of magic diamond could be adjusted. Basically, every wizard had their own secret recipe. Different ratios would produce different properties of the magic diamond. For example, the magic diamond used in Hathaway's diamond statue was very outstanding in terms of physical and magical defense. But on the other hand, these diamond statues were a bit inferior in terms of movement speed and energy conductivity. This was mainly because the two diamond golems made by Hathaway were basically used in the wizard tower. They belonged to the defensive type. They would only fight when others attacked the wizard tower. This kind of golem cooperated with the tower spirit to fight, and the wizard tower would bless them with various spells. Others, such as the offensive diamond golems, used magic diamond golems with better magic conductivity and decent physical and magic defense. This kind of diamond golem had powerful attack power, fast movement speed, and all kinds of support spells. The golem army often used this kind of diamond golem. In addition to making diamond golems, magical adamantine could also be used to make another kind of golem, the arcane guard. The arcane guard was a legendary golem that was stronger than the diamond golem. The challenge level of the diamond golem was level 21, while the arcane guard was level 24. It was only a step away from high-level legendary. For example, the ratio of magical adamantine used by the arcane guard was completely different from that of the diamond golem. This kind of magical adamantine had high magic conductivity, and this kind of magical adamantine also had high physical and magical resistance. The only problem was that it was also very expensive. The arcane guard not only had strong melee ability, but it could also release various spells. In short, it was a kind of legendary golem that practiced both magic and martial arts. The strong combat power also meant that the production of this kind of golem was expensive. In the era of the Arcane Empire, there was a famous arcanist who said that the golem army was a combat power that was piled up with money. Su Len was now experimenting with the magical adamantine used to make the arcane guard. Information on golems of this level was basically classified as top-secret information. It was very difficult to trade for it. The Northwind Tower only had this kind of information because they had obtained it from the secret realm where the abomination was sealed. Although there was basically nothing left in that place, the Tower Genie's virtual library was still intact. Otherwise, the Northwind Tower would not have such high-end technology. However, there were only a few recipes for the enchanted crystal that he had obtained from the virtual library. Su Len had to mix them himself to find the right ratio. Then, he prepared the prepared magical diamond material and placed it in a special container. Su Len raised his head and looked at the magic clock hanging on the wall. He then said to Yin He, record the situation of the reactor every half an hour. If there are any abnormalities, inform me immediately. If everything is normal, let me know in 8 hours. Yes, Master. The cold mechanical voice sounded in his ears. This method of synthesizing magical adamantine was to simulate a special environment and let the magical adamantine fuse according to certain conditions. This method did not require manual operation. In the era of the Arcane Empire, there were many alchemy workshops. They used professional alchemy furnaces to refine all kinds of synthetic metals and magical materials. It was said that in the era of the Arcane Empire, there were a lot of such factories. Their production in a day was comparable to the amount of magical metals that all the wizards in the Tyrol world could refine in a year. It was also because of this method that during the era of the Arcane Empire, those powerful arcanist teams could obtain a huge amount of resources and easily form all kinds of golem armies or magical creations. This was also one of the reasons why the Arcane Empire was so powerful. As long as they were willing, the number of various golems would increase tremendously under the full production of the factories. Moreover, there were many benefits to the factory. Although the factory standard could not produce high-quality golems, it could control the quality within a very small range, and the advantage of doing so was that the price was reduced. However, it also cost a lot of money to make an alchemy factory. It was necessary to invest in it. For example, the container used by Sulen just now was made of a lot of adamantine. The interior was made of some arcane steel, and the runes on it were engraved with mithril. The cost of this set of equipment was as high as millions of kinnar, which was more expensive than a diamond golem. The amount of money an adept had was also an indication of how powerful that adept was. Of course, some of the guys who were favored by the goddess of luck needed to be distinguished. The world was very unfair. It was destined from the moment of birth. Family, power, and so on, there was a very special existence among them. These people's luck was so good that it made people jealous. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were blessed by the goddess of luck. For example, the arcanist who found the body of the ancient god. In the boundless astral world, the probability of finding the body of an ancient god was basically 1 in tens of millions or even 1 in a billion. The arcanist who found the body of the ancient god was favored by the goddess of luck. It was just that the arcanist had some problems with the use of the ancient god's body. How exaggerated would it be to be favored by the goddess of luck? It could be said that it was more powerful than having a protagonist's halo. When one went out to pick up money, one could do whatever one wanted. One could find treasures by just running around, and enemies would come knocking on one's door by just waving one's sword. It could be said that when the time came, the heavens and the earth worked together. Of course, the goddess of luck liked the new and hated the old. She was temperamental. You might be favored by the goddess of luck 1 second, but the next second, the goddess of luck had already left. The goddess of luck and the goddess of misfortune were a pair of twin goddesses, and the two of them did not get along well. The goddess of misfortune was jealous that the goddess of luck was loved by humans, while she, as a goddess, was feared by humans. This made the goddess of misfortune very jealous, so she deliberately went against the goddess of luck. The result was that after being favored by the goddess of luck, once this favor was lost, they would be cursed by the goddess of misfortune. As a result, many people ended up dying because they believed too much in luck. It was said that in the multiverse, there was a mithril mine that was entirely made of mithril. Perhaps only those who were favored by the goddess of luck could find this mithril mine. After about 8 hours, Sulen walked out of the meditation room. The tower spirit, Milky Way, had already told him that the alchemy reactor had stopped working. Sulen came in front of the reactor and checked the various data on the tower spirit, Milky Way's record. After confirming that everything was normal, he gently pressed a few times on the reactor. Accompanied by a burst of energy fluctuation, the sealed container on the reactor slowly opened at this moment. Sulen snapped his fingers, and a wizard's hand appeared in front of him. Sulen skillfully operated the wizard's hand and took out the item from the reactor. A purple crystal the size of an egg appeared in front of him. This purple crystal was very transparent and hard. It looked like a purple diamond. It was the enchanted diamond, also known as the enchanted crystal. Looks like the effect is not bad. Sulen picked up the enchanted diamond and examined it carefully. The enchanted diamond made in this way had completely met the requirements. A ray of light rose from Sullen's hand and checked the enchanted diamond. He nodded and said, "The quality is not bad. It's qualified." The enchanted diamond's conductivity was excellent. At the same time, its physical and magical resistance was also very high. It completely met the requirements of making an arcane guard. The next step was to start producing these enchanted diamonds. But before that, he planned to build an automatic alchemy factory. Since he had already experienced the convenience of the alchemy reactor, Su Len did not plan to give up just like that. Although this kind of alchemy reactor wasn't cheap, it was convenient to use. Another reason was that although the investment was huge, it would be very cost-effective in the long run. Moreover, Bignar wasn't taking it all out at once, he was using it for a long time. Tower Spirit, Milky Way. "Give me the blueprint of the automatic alchemy factory," Su Len said. The automatic alchemy factory was mainly controlled by the Tower Genie. There were various clay golems that were responsible for the specific operations. Su Len only needed to set the program, and the clay golems would be produced according to the program. The Tower Genie, Milky Way, only needed to command the golems to carry out the work. At the same time, she would also be responsible for the daily maintenance of the alchemy factory. With the alchemy factory, the arcane steel, thorium, and other metals that required Su Len or Hathaway to synthesize could also be produced in the alchemy factory. It was convenient, fast, stable, and had a high success rate. Of course, in addition to the high cost, the alchemy factory also required a large amount of energy. If it was the old wizard tower, after installing the alchemy factory, there would be a shortage of energy in the elemental pool. This would require some reduction in other aspects. But now, the Northwind Tower had already installed the elemental fission furnace, and its energy was many times more than before. Not to mention an alchemy factory, even if the energy consumption of the alchemy factory was increased tenfold, the Northwind Tower's energy would be more than enough. Although the elemental fission furnace is good, it is still far inferior to the elemental fusion furnace. It is more than enough for the wizard tower, but it is not enough for the floating city. Su Len rubbed his forehead. If he wanted to upgrade the floating city, he had to research the elemental fusion furnace. But Hathaway said last time that she had already started experimenting. I believe that the construction of the elemental fusion furnace will start soon. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.